Welcome, 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 welcome. So, uh-oh. There you go. Sorry, they played the old loop-de-doop on me.
And yelling at him?
He was probably right in front of the goat, about to be in front of Maker's Space. I'm not sure what that place is called. And the girls were like on the wall between the two businesses, and that's where it happened.
Okay. That's where he had the interaction with
Yes,
the girls, right?
yes.
But then you said there were people following him, right?
Yes.
Where was John when people were following him?
Same spot.
Okay. And did you ever see John use a gun at that point? In front of the Makerspace? What did you see him do?
I saw him take out a gun and put it into the air, and I heard a click.
Okay. And did he say anything at that time?
I believe he said next person that touches me is getting shot.
Okay. And then what did he do?
Continued walking up the street.
Okay. When he continued walking, so he didn't shoot the gun at that point, right?
No.
And did anybody say anything in response to that?
The group of gentlemen that were following him went across the street to the parking lot connected to Bank of America and got stopped by their cars, I presume, and yelled, "Oh, we have guns too."
Okay. What were the exact words that they yelled?
We have guns too, pussy.
Okay. And who were they yelling that to?
John?
Okay. And they were standing in the parking lot of the Bank of America, more or less, when they said
Yes.
Where was John when this was being said to him?
Same spot between the Go and Maker's space.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you a portion of what is State's Exhibit 65. Just a moment, please. What I'll ask you to do, sir, is perhaps if you can get off the witness stand and I'm going to have you step over to that screen. Okay. And we're at approximately 2 minutes and 6 seconds into this video. Is that, you agree with that?
I guess.
Okay. And, sir, there are, you can see how there's a cam 3 and a cam 4, correct?
Yes.
And on cam 3, there's a person standing right here. There's two people on the sidewalk, and I'm pointing to the person on the left in the front of the screen. Who is that person?
Looks like me.
That's you, okay. And so, is it fair to say that you were almost directly in front of the shooting? I'm sorry, in front of the Soho right about the time that the shooting occurred?
Yes.
You can sit down, sir. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Enright.
Good morning.
I want to start off. So this happened about 10 months ago,
Yes.
and that night you spoke with a uniformed police officer,
Yes.
and that was right after this happened.
Yes.
In an hour or so. And you're aware he had a body-worn camera on,
Yes.
and you're aware there's a transcript made of that.
Yes.
Okay. And obviously this was 10 months ago, but just for purposes of the record, the comment about the guns, you had said that we all have guns too. The actual statement you told police was, they're like, it's New Hampshire, we all have guns too, pussy, right?
Yes.
Does that sound more accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember it was probably better then than it is now, given that it was 10 months ago?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I just wanted to clear that up. So let's go back to the moment you come out of the goat. So you said the defendant's coming out of the goat and he takes a right to go up the sidewalk.
Yes.
Okay. You said you heard screaming. Do you remember what? Was the defendant screaming or was it other people screaming?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's okay. Did you hear somebody screaming, "Where you at, pussy bitch," as he walked out of the bar that night?
Yes.
Okay. Now, he comes up, takes that right out of the goat, starts walking up Soho. You said between the goat and between Manchester Makerspace, we have two groups of people following him or interacting with him, correct? We have this group of girls, and they were spitting at him?
Yes.
Okay. And you said one of them was actually taking a swing at him?
Yes.
Okay. This other group of gentlemen, you said there was 4. Have you in the past said that there was about 6 to 7 people following him at that point? You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. So a large group either way.
Yes.
Right, there's a lot of stuff going on in this moment. Okay. So a large group of males are following the defendant right after he goes out of the goat, correct? And
Yes.
sorry, and I talk quick. If I don't give you time to answer, talk over me and I'll
Okay.
stop. My apologies. Okay, so we have this large group of males, 6 to 7 males, following the defendant, and I didn't hear the exact word you used with defense, but fair to say that those 6 or 7 males were also taking swings at him?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you remember speaking with the prosecution team on November 14th?
Yes.
2023? Okay. Do you remember saying that the group of 6 to 7 men following the defendant were spitting at him and throwing swings at him?
Yes. I probably included the girls in that group
Okay.
because I assume they're all together.
Okay, so that whole group. But so the men were swinging at him or weren't swinging at him?
I don't recall.
Okay. Fair to say that group was harassing him?
Yes.
Okay, and that's clear from your perspective, right?
Yes.
There's no question in your mind that that group that's following him, and we're talking about before you see the gun, right? We're talking about between the goat and when you see the gun. This group is definitely harassing him.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Your man approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been entered for identification as States Exhibit 73. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Have you seen this before?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just describe for us, does this reasonably and accurately reflect the layout of the bars, the street, the parking lot, and those locations that night?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to make this a full exhibit. Sure.
Yeah.
So why don't you mark and then move it in?
Yeah, I can do that. All right, Mr. Enright, can you circle the goat, please? And just for the record, since it's audio, I'm just noting that it's a red Sharpie, okay? All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on up, yeah.
I'll wait for counsel. Now, you said defendant eventually pulls out a firearm.
So I think where you're standing, you're blocking some of the jurors, so they can't see the witness, so.
Do you mind if I walk around
Yeah, no,
that way?
yeah.
Make a better door. All right, Mr. Enright, you said that you eventually see the defendant, John DeLee, pull out a firearm,
Yes.
correct? Then you said at that point, this group of 6 or 7 guys, they run straight across the street, correct?
Yes.
And they get to a car.
I don't know if they went to a car, but they didn't get into a car. I wasn't paying attention to them.
Okay, you had testified on the direct that they were over by a car.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Can you mark on that map what the area of that car was where they ran straight across? Okay. And so that's 6 or 7 guys that are by this red X. That's where they make.
What's the difference?
He said there were 6 or 7 guys by the red X. That wasn't the testimony.
He did.
Well, Claire, why don't you ask him?
Mr. Enright, I'll go back. I thought I covered this. That same group of 6 or 7 guys that were harassing him, after the defendant brandishes the firearm, they ran directly across the street, correct?
Right.
Okay. To the area where the red X is.
Correct.
Okay. The area of the red X, that's where this group of people, that's where they made this statement about, it's New Hampshire, we all have guns, pussy.
Yes.
Okay. They weren't walking up the street at that point.
No.
They didn't walk down the street at that point.
No.
So when he brandishes the gun, they beam straight across the street.
Yes.
Okay. Can I see this? Your Honor, state moves this to be a full exhibit.
Okay.
Maybe, the ID may be strict.
Your Honor, may I publish this to the jury?
Okay.
All right, let's move up to the Soho area. That was the video that we watched, the corner of that. Now, eventually, Timmy comes running up there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you see him punch the defendant shortly after that, right?
Yes.
Okay. That interaction that happens at the corner, and I'm talking in the split seconds beforehand, you thought there was going to be a fight.
Yes.
Okay. And there's back and forth, right?
Yes.
Okay. Both ways.
Yes.
Okay. No one looked like they were trying to leave.
No.
No one was screaming for help.
No.
No one was saying they were terrified.
No.
You didn't hear anyone threaten to kill anyone right then.
I wasn't close enough to hear the conversation.
Okay. The only time you heard somebody mention killing was when the defendant pulled out the gun the first time.
Yes.
Your Honor, I see there's nothing further.
When the gun, what was the exact statement that the defendant made when he pulled out the gun the first time?
I don't know the exact statement, but it was something along the lines of somebody, next person that hits me is going to die, or is going to get shot.
Okay. He didn't say he was going to kill someone. He said next person that touches me is going to get shot.
I believe so, yes.
And in fact, when you were asking questions about Timothy walking up the street, right?
You're right.
And Timothy was having words with John, right?
Yes.
And you had a conversation with Timothy as he was walking up the street, right?
Briefly.
And you told him something, right?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I said, that guy has a gun. That guy has a gun. I would not go near that.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Yes. So we just clarified. So there was a statement by the defendant, the next person that touches me, hits me, something to that effect,
Correct.
is going to die.
Yes.
Fair to say the next person that you saw touch the defendant after this back and forth argument got killed?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay, you can step down. All right, and this witness is excused? All right, you're free to go. Thank you. Stay ready to call its next witness. Before you're seated, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There's water and there's a cup up there for you if you
Thank
need
you.
it.
Go there real quick.
There's also a microphone in front of you, so just be careful.
Gotcha.
And I'm just gonna stay back here, so I'll let you know if I can't hear you for some reason.
Sounds
okay?
good.
So could you state your name and spell your first and last name for the record, please?
My name is Brian Delaney, BRIANDELANEY.
And where are you currently employed, Mr. Delaney?
They go in Manchester,
What's your job there?
bouncer and bartender.
How long have you worked for the GOAT?
About 2-3 years now.
And when did they open?
The Go in Manchester opened 2 years ago.
So you've been there the whole time, pretty much?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you always been a bartender?
No, I used to just bounce when I first started.
And what are your responsibilities when you're a bouncer for the GOAT?
Mostly just keeping the peace, checking IDs, making sure no fights break out.
And if fights did break out, what would your responsibility be in dealing with that?
It would be to split the two up, figure out what went down, and then kick one or the other out, kick them both out if they were both at fault.
Kick them out.
And I assume you're not working by yourself when you're doing this?
No, we had a pretty big crew. We have a pretty big crew, like 5-6 guys maybe.
Would you normally call the police, Manchester police, if a fight occurred like that?
No, we wouldn't.
So you normally break it up and kick everybody
Yeah,
out?
just do it on our own.
So I'd like to turn your attention now to January 27th of 2023. Were you working at the GOAT that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you working as a bouncer or a bartender?
Bouncer.
Do you remember when your shift started?
Started around 7 o'clock,
And what time would it have ended?
probably around 1:32.
And is that around last call, or when does the bar?
Last call was at 12:45, and we cleared everyone out at 1:15.
So this was a Friday night in January. How busy was the GOAT that night?
So fairly busy, not like the busiest night, but we had probably 200 to 300 people in there.
And do you remember if you had a police detail there that night?
We did
Was that something that was there every night?
every Friday, Saturday night. Yes.
And what was your understanding of that person's responsibility?
Well, we started having those after it.
Hold on. Objection. Well,
I can
yeah, you want to just rephrase
rephrase
it?
it a little bit. Were the police there essentially to back you up if there's a concern?
Yes.
Okay. Towards the end of your shift that night, did you witness an altercation at the bar?
Yes,
And do you remember where you were stationed at that time?
I do.
Okay, where was that?
Probably 15 feet away. 10 feet away from the altercation.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been entered as State's Exhibit 33. Have you seen this diagram before?
Yes.
Okay. And is this an overview, basically, of the goat?
Yeah,
layout?
it's like an aerial view.
Can you show us, if you don't mind coming down to where the larger TV is, can you show us where you were on this layout?
It was right here.
So that, where's the main bar area again, just to orient people?
This is the main bar.
Okay. And you're down in that kind of top, the top
Yep.
of the diagram? Okay. Thank you. Can you describe for me what you saw when you, or heard when you were?
I saw John and Timmy exchanging words.
So I'm going to stop you just for a second. When you say John, who are you referring to? And we have a record that's actually recording you, so I just need you to actually use your words to describe what you're saying. So that we
Big
can,
man wearing the black suit.
okay. Is he standing up right now?
Yes.
May the record just reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant. And when you say Timmy, can you describe who that is?
Little blonde man.
So where was Timmy when in this? In your
We were, well, they were at the bar, John and Timmy, standing next to each other.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you just to talk up just a little bit.
Yep, sorry.
No, it's okay. Was there anybody else there that you knew, or just the two of them?
Sarah, girl,
And how do you know Sarah?
just from working at the Goat. She used to come in a lot.
Did you know who she was with?
She was with Timmy.
So can you describe what you're seeing for an interaction between?
Yeah, they were exchanging words, and it seemed to get like not too friendly. Like they were like pretty much kind of curse, talking shit. That's pretty much what they were doing.
Could you hear exactly what was being said, or just kind of the nature of it?
Just kind of demeanor. Like as a bouncer, I see this stuff all the time. When the stuff starts to get like a little more intense, I knew like something wasn't so chill.
Okay. So as a bouncer, when you notice this,
Hi, this is Mark Barton at Sandy Hook Promise in Newtown, Connecticut.
And hi, this is Nicole Hockley, also from Sandy Hook Promise.
do you start paying more attention to it?
Yeah, definitely.
And what did you see as you were kind of watching this interaction?
I saw that they were getting kind of, not aggressive, but like it was starting to get a little too much. That like something might break out, like a fight. So I went over there and broke it up.
I'm going to show you a still from State's Exhibit 50. Meaning it's just a photo from there. Have you seen this photo before?
Yes,
Okay. Can you, do you see yourself in the photo?
I do.
Okay, where are you in this?
I'm right at the bottom.
And actually, if you don't mind walking back over to the big TV again, can you just point out where you are?
I'm right here.
Okay. And do you see where the defendant and Timmy are in that picture?
Yes, right here and here.
So Timmy's kind of in front of him.
Yeah.
Was this around like this time frame? Is this about when you started noticing that something was going on?
Yeah, definitely. That's when I was like something, they're starting to exchange some, words.
Okay. You go ahead and sit down. Thank you. So before you broke it up, did you see anything physical happen between the two of them? I know you've described the hearing words, but.
No, I didn't see anything physical. Just like the signs of like, these guys aren't too friendly with each other.
Okay. And do you recall speaking with the police about this incident that happened pretty soon time after it happened?
Yes.
Do you remember describing something to them that you had seen that was physical that happened between the defendant and Timmy?
Could you say that again? Sorry.
I didn't word that so well. Do you remember describing something that you had seen between the defendant and Timmy that was physical at the time?
Don't remember if I said something was physical or not.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to see the report that the officer wrote about the conversation that you had? If I may approach him.
Of course.
So, Mr. Delaney, you said you remember speaking with the police officer that night? I'm sorry, not that, but shortly after it happened. And do you recall, right now, do you recall if you'd seen anything that was physical that happened between the defendant and Timmy prior to you intervening?
I think that there was a little something. I forget exactly.
Would it refresh your memory to see what the officer wrote about the conversation that you had with him?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to read a section just to yourself, not aloud.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take it back. I'm going to ask you if that refreshes your memory about what you saw at the bar.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you to start reading at the top of this paragraph right here, just to yourself.
Okay.
I'm going to take it back and ask you how it refreshes your memory.
Yeah, that does refresh me.
Does that refresh your memory? So can you tell me, what do you remember seeing between the defendant and Timmy before you intervened?
They started to like get into it a little, and there's a little pushing and shoving going on, not much, and then that's when I went in and broke it up.
And do you recall who was pushing who at that point? Or did you not see that clearly?
John was pushing Timmy.
So when you went in to break this up, what did you actually do? Was it physical or verbal? Or what do you?
Not really too physical, just I was standing like 10 feet away, just went over there and like broke them both up, took them both off to the side and pretty much said, cut the shit, like everyone's just trying to have fun.
So did you actually have a conversation with the defendant at that point?
Yes.
Right. And what was that conversation? What did you say to him?
It was along the lines of, how could you even be starting like anything with this kid? He's so small. I just didn't understand why there was tension between these two.
And how did the defendant respond to you?
He said that Timmy like called him something.
Do you remember what he said that Timmy called him?
I think he's called him a bitch.
How did you respond to that?
I was kind of like chuckled, like I'm like, how can someone that small like offend you in any way, really? Like I just didn't understand why there was, you know. So kind of like little dog barking at the big dog. I didn't understand why, you know, this was going on. Why he would take any offense to that.
What was the defendant's demeanor like when he was having this conversation with you?
We were both kind of laughing. Nothing serious, really.
Did he ever ask you for help anytime after this happened?
No.
Did he seem like he was scared of Timmy?
No.
Did he tell you he was scared of anybody else in the bar?
No.
What did the defendant do after this conversation that you had with him?
Pretty sure we just parted ways when we went down to the dance floor, if I remember correctly.
So at some point that night, did you again witness another altercation that was happening?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe what you saw at that point?
Someone jumped up and punched John in the face.
And just to be clear, did you see the actual punch that started it, or what did you see from where you were?
I kind of saw the aftermath of it. So once it happened, I guess turned around and saw that there was like a little fight going on.
And how did you react when you saw that?
Just like any normal fight, just split them both up, kicked them out.
So were you one of the people that actually helped take them out of the bar?
At the start, yes. Yeah.
How many people were involved in from the go in bringing the defendant out of the bar?
It's like 3 bouncers and the cop detail officer that was there.
Once they were outside of the goat, what did you do?
Once we got him out of the goat, just go back to normal. Carry on with the night.
At some point after that, did you wind up going outside of the goat?
Yes.
And why did that happen? What was going on?
Me and one of the other bouncers heard there was some commotion going on up the street, so we ran from the goat up the street to see what was going on.
And when you say up the street, which direction are you running in from the goat?
Right up the street to the SNHU arena, up that road.
What did you see as you left the bar and started going up Old Granite Street?
Saw some commotion. Saw when I ran up there, saw Timmy was down. I thought he was just like knocked out or something. I saw John just pretty much just walking away in the other direction, and everyone else kind of like dispersing, running.
So when you say Timmy was down, what did you actually see as you were walking up towards him?
Well, I didn't hear anything. So when I first saw him, I just thought he might have got punched. He was just knocked out. So I thought he was unconscious on the ground.
Was there anyone with him at that time?
I think Sarah was on top of him.
This is the same Sarah that you said was with him in the bar?
Mm-hmm.
What was Sarah doing?
She was trying to like give him like CPR / like revive him, which I was confused about. So I pulled her off, and that's when I knew he was shot.
That was the first point that you realized that.
Yeah.
You said that you saw where the defendant was. Can you describe again what he was doing when you saw him at this point?
It's pretty much just walking away, away from where Timmy was lying. Like, just casually walking.
And what direction was he walking in?
He was walking kind of towards the alley behind Soho, that restaurant right there.
Were you still there when the police arrived?
Yes.
Okay, what did you see?
I saw them run in, their guns pulled, and get John on the ground, arrest him.
You just have a moment, Your Honor. Can I go for the questions at this time, Mr. DeLee? Please answer the question.
Just a few questions, sir. After you broke up whatever happened between Timothy and John at the bar, you had the conversation with John, right?
Yes.
But you also had a conversation with Timothy, right?
Yes. Yes.
And what was the conversation that you had with him? What did you say to him? What did you say to him?
It was along the lines of like, what are you doing? Why are you like talking shit with this huge kid? Like, I was confused why he would be participating in like the shit talk.
Did he give an explanation?
I go, yeah, like, what are you doing? He goes, don't worry, like, I do MMA,
Do you know what MMA is?
mixed martial arts.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I need to give you a limiting instruction. So, sometimes evidence is admissible for one purpose and not another purpose.
Okay, I don't know what's going on here. What the? This is on my end or what? I don't think it is. Give me 1 second. Let me see what goes on here. Yeah, they're clearly having problems on their end. Unbelievable. So, yeah. I guess we'll just wait for them to fix their little issue they got going on there. It's pretty crazy, right? Pretty crazy. Oh, here we go.
Thank you.
I think. Yep.
Sure. Yeah.
Man, this chat's going too fast, man. Just going way too fast. Got the dream stream going here, you know? Sorry, I did.
Recess at this point, and then we'll resume. We're going to break just for your sort of thinking purposes. We'll come back in about 5 to 7 minutes at the most, and then we'll break at noon, and then I have to take an extended lunch break because I have another hearing, or I have some other hearings that I have to deal with. So we're going to go take a break from 12:30 to 12 to 1:30, and then we'll resume the testimony. Okay.
Okay, well. I've never seen so many breaks. They're taking so many breaks during this is insane. many brakes? I mean, like, really. Talk about pump the brakes.
So principally for the media, but also for any of the other participants of the audience. The next witness is the medical examiner, and I anticipate there'll be a number of sensitive photographs, including autopsy photographs. So if you wish to excuse yourself, certainly please do that, but you're welcome to stay. But I did enter a protective order with respect to the media not photographing, distributing, broadcasting photographs of the autopsy photos. So if do not, they'll be displayed on the screen, but just don't record those. You can certainly record the testimony, but just not the actual photographs or any of those exhibits. Okay. All right, and we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Well, I'm glad to hear that because I don't like to put the gory stuff up on here. I really don't. For a few reasons, especially times like right now where I'm overloaded with viewers and people in the chat and things. I can't keep up. So, yeah, in a 5-minute break. They started at like, I don't know. It's just I don't know. I don't know. Trying to understand. Here we go. That's right now. Know what goes on. I really don't. This is another weird trial. It's like it seems like I catch these ones where it's apparently. No, they got us muted up. So, I mean, there can't be much more time left on that 5 minutes, right? Or can there be? me while we're in this little interlude, I'm gonna shut my camera off. And kill my mic for a second. I'm gonna try and upload a couple little clips for times like this. Let me see what I can't do. Give me 1 second. I apologize. I'm corny. I am corny. I'll get better. It's because I'm nervous about this whole camera shit. I'm not used to this. I'm the last person to be on a camera. Are you nuts? But here I am. Gotta try something, right? This case is wild, though, because I don't want to be a broken record. You wanted a fight. You had an opportunity to have one. And now you just turn around and was like, oh, no. I was scared for my life. I'm not buying it, man. I'm not buying it. Sell that somebody else, man. I'm not the one. I'm not the one. I might be naive to a few situations and this, that, there, things like that. But, yeah. I can see through you, DeLee. You had this planned. This was what you. And this is just my opinion, all right? You see, there's people like this, right, out here in the world that they want to take these laws, right? Remove this for right now, right? These people, they want to take these laws and use it like they think, like, I think they like pre-plan, because who says that? Like, I mean, you don't, oh, it was self-defense. I was scared to death. Come on, man. Come on, man. You weren't scared. You were out there. You wanted that. You wanted that smoke. And then you got a little bit of smoke. I mean, you didn't even, okay, so you opened your face up. Big deal. Happened to a lot more people than you know. But you coming out screaming, going, oh, no, my God, I'm scared for my life. Come on, man. Who are you fooling with that? Not me. Not me. You know, like a piece of plexiglass. I can see straight through you. That was just something you've been training yourself to say at that moment, because you knew that at one point or another, that was what you were going to do. I think they're coming back, so I'm going to shut up now. It's just a point, though, right?
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Mitchell Weinberg.
Doctor. Excuse me, I'm still off, but I'm just trying to be better. I don't know. We'll get there.
You're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Please have a seat.
Morning, Dr. Weinberg.
Good morning.
There's
Good morning.
water there for you if you
Thank
need
you.
it. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Mitchell Weinberg, Weinberg.
And where are you currently employed, Doctor?
I'm employed at the New Hampshire Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is in Concord.
I'll give you a minute if you want to.
Thank you.
I think the doc's got a little cotton mouth.
And what's your position at the Office of the Medical Examiner?
I'm the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner in the office, which means I'm one of the forensic pathologists.
Can you explain what the duties are that are associated with that position?
Well, there's a number of different duties associated with my job, but the main one is what folks actually do tend to think of when they think of forensic pathology. One of my primary job duties is performing postmortem examinations. Generally, that means a full forensic autopsy for the purposes of determining a patient's cause and manner of death. And then there's all sorts of other job tasks that I have, educational, administrative, but those aren't so germane here, so I don't need to talk about them.
How long have you been in your current position?
I've been with the New Hampshire office about 3.5 years now.
Did you work as a forensic pathologist before that?
Yes, I did.
Where was that?
In Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I worked there from 2012 until 2020.
Do you have any specialized education training that relates to this field?
Yes, of course. To become a forensic pathologist, one goes to university to get a bachelor's degree in something. Mine is in microbiology. I did that at the University of Florida. And then one goes to medical school because I am a physician. I did my medical school at the University of South Florida, completing that in 2008. Then, after medical school, one needs to do a general residency in anatomic pathology, and I did that at Ohio State University. The way I did it was a 3-year course of study, so I finished that in 2011. And then to become a forensic pathologist in North America, you have to do what's called a fellowship or subspecialty training, and that's when you really learn the nuts and bolts of becoming a forensic pathologist. I did that in Baltimore, Maryland, with the Maryland office of the Chief Medical Examiner. And at that time, I had finished all of my training, all of my schooling. I was finally competent and ready to enter the workforce as a forensic pathologist. And then I took the job in Canada.
And so you're board certified?
Yes, I'm board certified by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic and forensic pathology.
Approximately how many autopsies do you believe you performed in your career?
At this stage of my career, it's probably somewhere in the 2,200 ballpark.
You've referenced this, but what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is a surgical type procedure. It's not surgery, certainly not in the same sense that a surgeon performs surgery on a living patient, but it's a surgical type procedure of a deceased individual for the purposes of documenting things like injury, the presence or absence thereof, natural disease processes, again, the absence or natural thereof, and then identifying features and demographic type information like hair color, height, weight, and that kind of thing. Again, for the primary purpose of determining that patient's cause and manner of death. That is sort of the ultimate work product that I produce for each case that I'm involved in.
And what is specifically meant in your field by cause and manner of death?
So the cause of death for any given patient is the disease process, injury, or substance toxicity that ultimately leads to a patient's death, no matter how short a time interval or how long a time interval. So examples would be things like metastatic pancreatic cancer. It could be blunt force trauma sustained in a motor vehicle incident. It could be stab wounds, either self-inflicted or inflicted by another person, or it could be gunshot wound trauma, again, inflicted by oneself, making the death a suicide, or inflicted by another individual, making the manner of death homicide. And you asked about manner. That's the other one of the other big things that I do. The manner of death is a classification that I assign as a medical examiner relating to the circumstances of a patient's death. I only have 5 choices for manner of death, whereas cause of death, I can say essentially anything. It's free text. But manner of death is either natural, So a death due solely to natural disease processes, suicide, a death due to self-inflicted injury of some sort, homicide, death due to injury caused by some other person, or accident, a non-natural death where it wasn't quote-unquote intentional. And then in a small percentage of cases, for reasons that aren't really worth getting into here today, I have another option of an undetermined manner of death.
So just to be clear, if you make a determination of homicide, for example, that's not a legal definition, that's a medical definition?
No, I am a doctor, not a lawyer, and my classification is for my purposes of classifying the death. It is not a statement of legality or lack thereof. That is for entities such as a court.
Have you testified in court before in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, many times.
Do you have any estimate of how many times?
It's probably in the ballpark of 100 at this point in my career.
And has this been in multiple courts?
Yes.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
At this time, I'd ask that the court recognize Dr. Weinberg to be qualified as an expert under Rule 702.
He may offer his opinions.
So I'd like to turn your attention now to January 29th of 2023. Did you perform an autopsy on the body of Timothy Pouliot?
Yes, I did.
And as part of your autopsy process, do you prepare a report?
Yes, I do.
Along with the written portion of your report, do you include photos and diagrams?
In some cases, yes. If I think it is necessary or illustrative, I will include a diagram as an attachment to the text of the autopsy report, and photographs are taken in virtually every case.
And about how many photographs did you take in this case?
In this case, I went back and looked, and I believe the number is 155.
Were there detectives present for this autopsy?
Yes, there were.
And did they take photographs as well?
I think so, but I'm honestly not 100% sure. They probably did that. That would be very standard practice.
And is there standard practice that they take photographs throughout the process that you are doing at the same time that you are?
Generally, different detectives have differing levels of experience, and some need more or less guidance from me about what photos to take. Generally, they kind of just follow right behind me, and if I take a photo, they know it's something of relevance, and they tend to do so themselves.
Did you also do a diagram? You said sometimes you do or don't do diagrams. In this particular case, did you do a diagram?
Yes, I did. Well, I guess I want to be clear. So when I say a diagram here, I mean a formal diagram that is meant to be attached to the actual autopsy report. In every case, I have little diagrams that I'm taking my notes on for the purposes of creating my autopsy report, but in not every case do I create an actual diagram as part of the autopsy report. I tend to do it in cases involving what I call as a forensic pathologist penetrating trauma, things like gunshot wounds or stab wounds, just because they tend to be illustrative to the reader of where those injuries are on a body.
And so in this particular case, did you create this more formal diagram that you're referring to?
Yes, I did.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
The state needs to strike the ID on these photographs with the family. Actually,
What
be
numbers?
specific.
Yeah.
So it states exhibit 36 through states exhibit 42.
36 through 42, the IDs may be stricken.
Dr. Weinberg, now that these are full exhibits, I'm going to ask you, I'm actually going to publish now what's State's Exhibit 36, which I believe you previously identified as being this formal diagram that you drew. I'm sorry, created, I should say it's more.
Sure.
So, first of all, do you recognize this as being the diagram that you included with your report with regard to Mr. Pouliot's autopsy?
Yes, that's correct.
Could you describe for the jury what this diagram shows and what its purpose is for you?
Yes, so this diagram has a sort of generic adult male figure standing in what I call the standard anatomic position, with the hands down to the side and the palms facing out. That's because that is the standard with which penetrating injuries are described by forensic pathologists in North America. And so in this particular diagram, I decided I didn't want it to get overly complex and overly annotated. So I've just listed with numbers that correspond to numbers in the text of my autopsy report, locations of what I determined to be entry gunshot wounds, and actually, well, including one re-entry wound.
Okay. And actually, you had captioned, I believe it's small writing there, but entry gunshot wounds at the top of this diagram, correct? Okay. So you've used numbers on this diagram to indicate different locations of these entry wounds. Do the numbers reflect an order in which you believe the wounds were inflicted?
No, they do not. No. The numbering is honestly pretty arbitrary. It's somewhat based on just the order in which I see and start documenting in my report. The numbering is a method for me to organize things, and I want to be very clear, it does not reflect anything about the severity of a particular injury, nor of the order in which the gunshot wounds were sustained. It's for organizational purposes.
And so to be clear, in this case, were you able to make a determination about the order in which the wounds were inflicted?
No, not really. There's one wound where there's primary entry on an extremity and then re-entry into the torso, and I can tell that that's a single wound path and that the extremity was struck first. But aside from that, the overall order of the gunshot wounds, no, I do not have a way to make any determination about that.
So you've described these as entry wounds. How are you able to tell the difference between an entry and an exit wound?
The simple answer is they generally look different. This is why you have all the schooling and the training and the experience. Entry wounds entry gunshot wounds, that is, tend to have a circular or slightly ovoid type of appearance. They're sort of punched out because the tissue is actually disrupted and taken away by the projectile. Very often an entry wound will have something called a marginal abrasion, which is just a thin rim of abrasion around that wound edge. And in contrast, exit wounds tend to be more slit-like. They can be reapproximated because the tissue isn't physically gone the way it is. And so the vast majority of the time when I am evaluating gunshot wounds, it is pretty straightforward for me to distinguish what is an entry and what is an exit wound.
I'm going to ask if you could come down and approach the diagram that's there. And can you just walk us through, again, since we're dealing with a black and white diagram, it's a little dark, what this diagram is showing in terms of where the actual entry wounds are that you observed?
Sure. I guess in what sense are you asking?
If you could just indicate for us, we're seeing numbers on there, but could you just point it out for the jury, I guess, where you were actually seeing? And there's actually one on there marked re-entry wound, so if you could just explain the difference for us.
Okay, so most of these numbers are simply the numbers that correspond to the text of my report of where the entry wound for a particular gunshot wound is located. So with any gunshot wound, there is, by definition, going to be an entry somewhere on the body, and then either the bullet exits, and there's a corresponding exit wound, which I did not put on this diagram to not overly complicate it, or there's a retained projectile. That's basically accurate. There's some slight exceptions that aren't worth getting into, and they're not applicable in this particular case. So these are only the locations of the entry wounds on Mr. Pouliot's body that I observed. So this is the right arm. There's a wound here. Front of the left shoulder. There's one. This one here, and this is meant to correspond to kind of the upper left flank or armpit area. This is the one. Pairs with this entry, number 7. So this is a wound that went through the upper left arm. The bullet exits the body through the left arm, but then because of the positioning, it then re-entered the body in the torso. And that kind of thing with re-entry, gunshot wounds can't happen when the initial entry is to an extremity. So we do see that sometimes as forensic pathologists. But in this case, I'm very confident that it's a single gunshot wound path. And then on this other side are more entry wounds. Here, one on the left side of the back, one on the right side of the back, 2 kind of on the very low back or upper right buttocks region. And I believe there may be one more, although I might not have put that on the diagram to the right hand. Oh, I did. There it is. That letter B is a graze type wound to the right hand.
Thank you.
Oh, that's helpful.
Set of reports be true.
You had discussed the fact that there were hundreds of photos that were taken during this autopsy. I'm not going to have you go through all of those, but there are a few that I would like to have you explain for us.
Sure.
So I am going to show State's Exhibit 37, which is going to show us one of these, and this is referring to wound number 9, or on the diagram, I believe you also have it as C in our report. So can you explain to us, we're seeing a lot of different numbers in this photo. Can you explain to us what we're seeing here?
So these different numbers correspond to just different wound numbers that I assigned. As I'm going through the exam, I start identifying defects and or wounds, and I start numbering them so that I can document them and get things organized. When there are multiple gunshot wounds, it's kind of a process that the pathologist goes through during the course of the examination. You determine what's an entry wound and what's an exit wound, and then for entry-exit wounds, you either have to pair them or you pair a retained bullet to an entry wound. So in this particular photograph, you can see there's a fair bit of injury to this region of Mr. Pouliot's body, right? So I think it's pretty obvious that we're looking at his left upper extremity and the left side of his chest in front of the shoulder region. And there are multiple wounds that are visible here. Some are entry, some are exit. Yes, that's what we're seeing here. And I think it shows, although not as well as I would have hoped so, like the 3 and the 1 are actually an 11 and a 13, because just we don't have numbers that go up that high, so I just hand wrote in, show that it's an 11 and a 13 for my numbering purposes. That's all that is.
So you can actually almost see there's a ballpoint pen or something.
Yes, that's literally me writing it with my pen. So a lot of injury to this region of the patient's body.
So if we're looking at wound number 9 as it's marked on here, which is an entry wound, does it have a corresponding exit wound that you located?
So at this time, I should probably ask if I may refer to my own autopsy report to make sure that I'm getting these details correct for questioning purposes.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right. Yes, wound 9 does have a corresponding exit wound. It's not in the diagram, but it is visible in this photograph as the wound just below the sticker with the 8 on it. So the 9 and the 8, those wounds connect to each other as a through and through wound.
So can you explain the purpose of the metal rod that we're seeing in this photo?
Yes, the purpose of the metal rod is to help me, the pathologist, identify where wound paths are going, and it helps me determine what wound pairs with what retained projectile or what exit wound. I don't want to guess. This is how we do it. We take probes and we follow wound paths inside the body that have been made by a gunshot wound, by a bullet as it passes through the body.
Is it fair to say that that rod helps you map the trajectory within the body of where the bullet has passed?
Yes, that's a decent way to phrase it.
So were you able to determine what type of damage was caused by wound 9?
Yes, this gunshot wound injures muscles in the arm as well as the left humerus, which is the arm bone.
And obviously a serious injury. If this was the only gunshot wound that Timothy Pouliot had received, and he received immediate medical attention, would you expect this type of injury to be survivable?
Yes.
We can also see gunshot wounds in this photo labeled, I think you sort of explained this, but it appears 3, 10, and 11, given I understand the numbers are a little difficult. Are those entry or exit wounds?
The 13 is re-entry. So that's not 3, that's the 13.
Sorry,
And that's re-entry, I believe. Yes. 10 and 11 are exit wounds.
And you've explained to us how you can tell that difference in your examination.
Yes.
Are you able to tell a trajectory in terms of upward or downward or left or right in a particular bullet, or can you explain that process to us?
You mean with the wound we're talking about in particular? Yes, for every gunshot wound that I document, I do document the directionality in 3 axes, but to be clear, that directionality is given with respect to that anatomic position that you saw in the diagram. So, to be clear, from my examination, there's relatively little that I can say about an individual's position at the time he sustained those particular gunshot wounds. So, especially when you're talking about extremity wounds, when you're talking about extremities, which can move very, very freely, directionality may or may not actually mean all that much in the real world. But yes, for every gunshot wound, I do give a directionality. It's just a matter of how much it might actually mean based on the circumstances.
Okay. So, for example, it would be different if a person's standing straight up versus if they are laying down when they're shot, in terms of what that directionality means?
Well, no, I will describe the directionality with respect to that standard anatomic position of the patient standing up, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's the true direction that the bullet traveled, because, for example, if I had a wound path that went, say, from the shoulder and then out the lower back, I would describe it as a very downward wound path. But if the individual was leaning forward when that gunshot wound was sustained, right, that tells you something different about how the bullet actually traveled. I don't feel like I'm explaining this very well, but I guess what I want the jury to understand is the wound directionality I describe is somewhat divorced, because I can't say with certainty what position an individual was in when those wounds were sustained.
So you're describing it in terms of, yes, from their own body.
Yes. Yes, so wound path is described as being up or down, left or right, and front or back, those three axes.
So with regard to this particular wound, this entry at 9 and exiting at 8, what was the direction noted?
The directionality for this wound path is front to back, right to left, and downward.
All right, I'm going to show you another photo, and this relates to wound number 6, or I believe you had it as A.
Okay?
And can you explain to us this wound and what you were able to determine about its path?
Yes, wound 6 is on the front of Mr. Pouliot's right arm. This is very clearly an entry wound, both from its appearance and from the fact that it is associated with a retained bullet, so there's no exit wound associated with this particular wound. This is a pretty superficial injury from a pathology perspective. It injures some muscles, but it doesn't even injure the bone. So this too is a relatively minor injury. I recovered the bullet and turned that over to law enforcement as evidence, as is standard.
And so if this, as we discussed with the other one, if this had been the only gunshot wound that Timothy Pouliot received, especially with immediate medical attention, would that be a survivable injury?
Yes.
So we've been talking about the two locations where Timothy Pouliot was shot in the front. I want to ask you now about some of the locations where he was shot in the back.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you about wound number 4, where you have it as G.
Okay.
So I'm showing you States Exhibit 40. You can see a number of different wounds in this photo. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. With regard to wound number 4, can you explain to us what you were able to determine about this wound?
Yes. Wound 4 is the entry site is the very low right side of the back or upper buttocks region, kind of the border between those two body regions. This particular wound does go in and injure intra-abdominal structures such as the intestines, the stomach, the spleen, and then ultimately the bullet is just beneath the skin in Mr. Pouliot's left flank. So this is a little bit more serious injury than the two we've talked about thus far.
And you said that this is a more serious injury. If somebody sustained this injury, what would you expect for a prognosis by itself with current medical treatment?
With current medical treatment, so there was nothing with this injury that would be immediately life-threatening. So if the patient were able to get to a hospital pretty quickly, the patient would be assessed by emergency doctors and surgeons. I'm not a clinician, so I don't want to go too far down this road, but this likely would have required intra-abdominal surgery to correct some of the injured organs like the intestines and the stomach. However, I am confident saying to this court that with modern medical care, this is something that should have been survivable.
So I'm going to ask you next about wound number 5, which is, H in your report.
Okay.
We're going to be looking at the same photo again. This is States Exhibit 40. Is it documented in here, or flagged in here as well, in this photograph?
Yes. So entry wound 5 is just slightly below entry or wound 4, also on the upper right buttocks region.
Okay. And can you tell us what the damage was that you observed that was caused by that bullet?
Yes, this gunshot wound is fairly similar to the one we just talked about in that it also enters the abdominal cavity. It injures the intestines. a couple of times, just because of the way the bowel loops. That's pretty common. And this one also is associated with a retained bullet, which I recovered and turned over to law enforcement as evidence. Similar to what I said with the last wound, nothing immediately life-threatening, no large blood vessels that were injured, and with modern medical and surgical care, I would expect this to be a survivable injury.
So I'm going to ask you next about wound B. You had indicated for us on the diagram that related to Timothy Pouliot's hand. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 42.
Okay.
Can you explain what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is injury to Mr. Pouliot's right hand, specifically the fourth and fifth fingers from a grazed gunshot wound. So this is where the bullet just barely makes contact with the body. It doesn't truly enter or exit, it just grazes it. And this, of course, is not a life-threatening injury.
So I want to ask you now about wound number 7, or D, that you have in your report.
Okay.
And I'm going to be showing you two photographs together and ask you, you had talked about this idea of showing an entry wound, then an exit wound, a re-entry, and a re-exit. I believe this was the bullet that had that trajectory.
Correct.
So could you, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 37 and 39 together. Can you explain to us what we're seeing here in terms of the trajectory that this bullet took?
Yes. Is this? No, it's not a pointer. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I don't think we
It's okay.
don't mind coming down.
Okay. I just want to make sure the jury understands on this one. So with this particular gunshot wound, the initial contact with Mr. Pouliot's body is here. So kind of back of the left shoulder, general region. It passes through the upper left arm. Exits here. So this is Mr. Pouliot's left armpit. Exits here, and then travels a very, very short distance to re-enter the body on the very upper left flank. Again, you can sort of call it the armpit region. Then re-enters the body in the torso, where the wound path continues and does cause injury to some significant anatomic structures in Mr. Pouliot's chest.
And which were those structures that were injured by this bullet?
So there was injury to some of the ribs in the left upper flank, but more significantly, the left lung was injured by this gunshot wound. And that resulted in bleeding into the left chest cavity, something that's medically called hemothorax, but that is an abnormal or pathologic accumulation of blood in the chest cavity, in part because of this gunshot wound. There were multiple gunshot wounds that ultimately contributed to the blood in the left side of the chest.
And this is one of them.
This is one of them, correct.
I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit 40. Does this show you where that bullet exited after?
Yes.
Where did that bullet exit?
The
Mr. Pouliot.
the wound with the number 3 by it is the exit wound for the wound that we've been talking about for the last couple of minutes.
So you've talked about how serious the nature of that particular bullet was, where it passed through the body. Is that a life-threatening injury?
Yes.
What you observed in the body. I want to ask you now about wound number 2, or E. I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 40 and 41 together.
Okay.
Can you see the entrance and the exit of this wound that you were able to identify?
Yes, the entry is on the left side of the upper back, kind of below the shoulder blade.
Do you mind? I'm sorry to keep making you walk up, but do you mind just walking over and just showing us?
So, the wound with the number 2 by it. That's the entry that we're talking about now.
And were you able to identify where it exited the body?
Yes. This bullet traveled through the chest and ultimately I figured out that it connects with this wound here. That, again, excuse my very bad artistic skills, but that's supposed to be an 11. Wound 11. That's the exit wound that corresponds with this entry wound. And so it should be, I think, pretty clear that that bullet would have passed through the chest and, again, caused injury to important anatomic structures in the chest, specifically, again, the left lung. So this wound also contributes to that left-sided hemothorax, or blood accumulation in the left side of the chest cavity.
So, again, another serious injury that you're describing, is the injury caused by this bullet life-threatening?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you, we're going to talk about one last injury, one last wound, number 1, or F, that also entered in the back. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 40 and 41. So if you can show us where the entrance and the exit of this wound are.
So now we're talking about this entry wound on the right side of the back with the number 1 by it. And this, I determined, ultimately corresponded with exit wound number 10. Also to the front of the left shoulder, left upper chest region. And so with this wound path, you can see that it crosses from the right side of the chest to the left side of the chest. And again, as a result of the bullet passing through the body, there is injury to the right lung, the aorta, which is the very largest blood vessel in the body that takes blood from the heart and ultimately to pretty much the entire body. So injury to the aorta is very, very serious. And also strikes the left lung as well prior to exiting. So this wound is associated with over 1 liter of blood in the right side of the chest, and it also contributes to the bleeding into the left side of the chest.
So I think you've characterized it, but this is clearly a life-threatening wound as well.
Yes, this is a wound that I would expect to be very quickly life-threatening.
And so, in terms of that time frame, is this a wound that even if somebody's receiving immediate medical attention, you would expect could be life-threatening by itself?
Yes, I would agree with that statement.
So I'm going to show you your diagram again, and on this, I've circled these 3 gunshot wounds that you've described. So number 1, number 2, and number 7 that are all in the back. What was the overall impact of these 3 gunshot wounds that involved the back of the upper torso?
The collective injury from these 3 gunshot wounds was definitely the most physiologically significant contributor to Mr. Pouliot's death. These are the gunshot wounds that injure the most critical structures, namely both lungs and the aorta, and they are collectively responsible for almost 2 liters of blood into the chest. And I guess I need to give some reference for that. An average sized adult male has approximately 5 liters of total blood volume. And so to have approximately 40%, or maybe a little bit less due to Mr. Pouliot's size, of the blood volume lost rapidly due to injury into the chest cavities is a very quickly life-threatening type of situation.
And I'm going to show you your diagram again. And now we're looking at wounds 6 and 9, which were the 2 that were in the front. If Mr. Pouliot had only sustained those 2 front injuries, would you have expected that to be fatal?
No.
At the beginning, you were talking to us a little bit about cause and manner of death, that that's one of the primary purposes that you have for conducting the autopsy. In this case, what did you determine regarding the cause and manner of Timothy Pouliot's death?
I determined his cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds and the manner of death as homicide.
I just have another question for you. Were you, as part of your documentation of Mr. Pouliot, did you determine his height and weight?
Yes, that's a standard part of every postmortem exam that I perform.
And what were those?
So Mr. Pouliot was 67 inches in height, so 5'7" or 170 centimeters, with a weight of 121 pounds or 55 kilograms.
Let me have a moment. State has no further questions. Dr. Weinberg, defense may have some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, step down.
Yes, sir.
Can we change this to first?
So clearly he was just, even after dude had already yeah. Look at him. Scared boy.
State, so we're gonna go about 15 more minutes, start the next witness.
And have no hands. 300 pounds. You ain't got no hands? That little kid. Kidding me? I send my youngest daughter. I bet my youngest daughter will whoop that trick. Yeah, get hydrated. Well, you're gonna need that hydration.
Just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir.
Detective Lovejoy, if you can just state and spell your last name for the record.
Morgan Lovejoy, Lovejoy.
And where do you work, Detective Lovejoy?
Manchester Police Department in the city of Manchester.
And how long have you worked there?
Almost 15 and a half years.
And what did you do before that?
I was an elementary school teacher here in Manchester.
A little bit of different work.
Yes, sir.
Specific to Manchester PD, what's your assignment with Manchester?
I'm a detective sergeant in the investigations division.
And were you a detective sergeant in investigative division back in January of 2023?
Yes, I was.
And what type of cases fall within your supervisory capacity?
Anything from thefts and burglaries all the way up to robberies, stabbing, shootings, homicides.
And as a detective sergeant, what's your role?
I typically help oversee those cases. I'm not a lead investigator. I'm not physically on the ground collecting video or doing crime scenes or interviews, but I'm kind of behind the scenes just helping run the investigation from inside the PD.
Answering questions if they come up.
Yes.
Make sure they have resources. Things
Yes.
like that.
Yep.
Okay. I want to take you back to Saturday, January 28th, 2023. Were you assigned as a detective sergeant on the investigation into the shooting of Timothy Pouliot?
Yes, I was.
And as part of your role, have you reviewed some of that surveillance footage that was collected by investigating officers?
Yes, I have.
What video recordings and surveillance footage were you able to review?
Quite a few from out there. There was inside the goat. There's cell phone video taken by a bystander from inside the goat. Cell phone video from outside Old Granite Street. 20 Old Granite Street, 36 Old Granite Street, 54 Old Granite Street, 64 Old Granite Street, and across the street at the Southern New Hampshire parking garage, and then the Canoco gas station at 570 Elm Street. That was lesser quality. And then we also tried to collect video from the Bank of America at 620 Elm Street, and then SNHU Ramin across the street, but those last two did not capture anything relevant to this investigation.
Okay, the Southern New Hampshire footage in the Bank of America?
Yes.
Okay. You said 20 Old Grant Street, is that the Soho Bistro?
Yes, it is.
And just so we're aware, about how many different clips of different angles and with all these different cameras that were out there, about how many clips of video was there?
There was hundreds. We had around 400 from the GOAT inside alone.
Okay. And then more from all the other establishments outside?
Yes.
And are we talking minutes, hours of recordings?
There was hours of video.
And were you and investigators able to narrow down which clips actually captured what happened before, during, and after the shooting?
Yes, we were.
And I'm not going to obviously take you through every single clip, but I want to talk about some of the ones you said that were more relevant to this case. So before we get going, do you recognize the people in these photographs?
Yes, I do.
And can you just state their identifications and what they're wearing?
Yes, the top of the screen is John DeLee, wearing a very distinct black and white North Face sweatshirt with a winter cap on. Bottom left is Gage Chandler, wearing a 3/4 zip tan or brown sweater. The bottom right is Matthew Saldano. He's wearing a blue sweater with a winter cap.
Thank you. And how about this slide?
Top of the screen will be Timothy Pouliot. He's wearing a black long sleeve shirt. The gold chain has very distinct yellow hair. Bottom left will be Trenton Nash. He's wearing a black jacket with a Bass Pro baseball cap on. And Michael Mendoza is the bottom right, wearing a very distinct black and white robe type sweater garment.
So, sorry, for the record, did you have IDs?
Yes, you're. These were, I apologize. These are stills from State's Exhibit 43A, B, C, D, and F. All right, so are these still images from some of the surveillance that you reviewed?
Yes, these are from inside the GOAT, Barnville.
So you described their clothing. Were you able to follow these individuals throughout the footage inside the GOAT, outside the GOAT, and through the various cameras that you talked about?
Yes, we were. The only thing to note, the bottom two gentlemen, once they're outside, Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash both remove their jackets. So you see Mr. Nash on the left has a white shirt underneath, and Mr. Mendoza has a black shirt underneath, and they'll be at some point down the road, minus the jackets and those shirts.
Okay, thank you. Now this is State's Exhibit 33, which has been entered and talked about. Looking past State's Exhibit 33 onto State's Exhibit 44, are these different colors depicting camera angles for cameras that you found within the GOAT?
Yes, they are.
Okay. We're going to look through some of these just to be clear. We can see what look to be, I guess, angles. Are these exact angles of the cameras?
No, they're approximate. There's a lot of overlapping when you view these different camera angles.
Okay. So there's some overlap. So I just put a yellow X on the screen. So for example, if we were looking at something that occurred at the yellow X on Made in Sidebar 2, that might also be captured by pool table cam.
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. And can you just describe for us, as far as these different cameras, was the footage captured just a one continuous stream, or did it record in clips, in segments?
No, there was no continuous. It was multiple clips. It was kind of chunky, if you will. You get 30 seconds here, a minute there. There was no continuous video collected.
And you were saying different lengths to each clip?
Yes, there was. Yeah, it's a very difficult system to navigate for our detectives. It took us 4 or 5 times to get all the video, but there is multiple chunk clips, I guess is the best way to describe that.
Okay. So let's start with pool table cam For these interior surveillance cameras, so all three of those cameras that we talked about, was there any sound recorded, or is that just video?
Inside the goat is just video, there's no audio.
So this is State's Exhibit 45. So before I hit play, can you just tell us where we should be looking, help orient us, and describe who we can see in the boxes?
The red box at the top will be John DeLee. At this point in time, he's on the right side of the right box. He's at his back to the camera. You see his black sweatshirt and hat there. Bottom right in the yellow box, you'll see Timothy Pouliot, Trenton Nash, Mike Mendoza, and there's also 3 females there. During the investigation, we learned that those are associates of Mr. DeLee, Mr. Soldano, Mr. Chandler. It's going to be Abby Elliott, Olivia Leonardo, and Nicole Bergeron.
And this clip is approximately 35 seconds long. Is there anywhere we should be focusing our attention?
In the middle, at the bottom of the right box, you'll see Matthew Soldano, Paige Chandler behind him. They're going to walk up to John DeLee, and at the end of the clip, John DeLee will walk down to the group in the yellow box and begin speaking with Abby.
So I'm going to play that now. So going on to State's Exhibit 46. Same camera angle?
Yes.
Has this been zoomed in?
Yes, it has. It's a close-up.
Okay. As far as timing of what we're seeing from this clip to the last clip, is this minutes later, or is this the next clip?
It's right where we just left off on when John DeLee approaches Abby. So going back to our diagram here and moving back over to the maiden sidebar 2, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 47. Again, similar, can you just help orient us to where we should be looking and what we might see? Yep, this is so the red box on the bar, top of the screen, you have Mr. DeLee there with the sweatshirt on. In the middle of the screen, it's hard to see right now, but you can see Mr. Mendoza's distinct black and white sweater robe.
Detective, not to interrupt you, I apologize. If you want to step down while you're pointing.
Yeah, it might be easier. John DeLee is right here. Matt Mendoza, Timothy Pouliot are going to be heading up the ramp right here. They'll eventually make their way up over to the yellow box. Behind this group of gentlemen right here is the 3 girls right there. They're going to come up and talk to them for about a minute, minute and a half. Then the 3 girls are going to come back down the ramp, talk to Mr. DeLee, and Michael Mendoza and Timothy Pouliot are going to end up over here by the bar.
And similarly, about how long after the last clip was this? Is this, are we talking a short time or a long time?
No, short period of time.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to play this clip. Again, no sound, correct?
Yes, there's no audio from inside the goat.
if you could, Detective, when you see Abby start walking away, if you could just point that out for us.
Okay. She's gonna be walking down the ramp right now with two friends close behind.
All right, so moving forward, just want to ask you, we've watched a couple clips here, and for the jurors' perspective with the actual exhibits that they have, when they open the clip, it might look a little different as far as the player that's going to launch with it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is this the general format that it will launch with?
Yes, there's a couple different media players I can do on my computer, but this is one format that you might see, yes.
So if you open it with a program called VLC, this might be what they see?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just walk us through, there's obviously a call-out box there zooming in. I think the standard play button, does that play the video?
Yes, that's the large one right there on the bottom left.
And then if we move a little bit forward to the right, we have the stop feature, obviously, in the middle of that box.
Yeah, that's square, yes.
And then to the left and right, that skips to the end or the beginning.
Yep, you rewind and fast forward, yes.
Okay. And then the red dot, that's obviously a recording. That's not going to help you play anything. The photo button, that's not going to help you play anything. The A and B button, do you know what that does?
I do not know what that does now.
Neither do I. And that next button, the sideways triangle with the line behind it, is that to go kind of in a frame by frame or slow motion?
Yeah, that would slow it down for you, yes.
Okay. All right.
Jason, is this a good time for you?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
All right, so we will break until 1:30, so we'll see you back then. You can sit now. And so for the class, I'll be back in about 2 minutes, okay?
Okay, so we're gonna see what we're gonna do here. What their plans are with this whole situation. We're about an hour out, apparently.
Yeah, I have it, but not full. Yeah. I'm gonna give it. I was just letting Benjamin know. This one that one was struck. That's a full. This one's just that deep.
Yeah, I don't know. This is yeah. It's just weird. I don't know. I
I didn't mean to interrupt your exam. It's just I could have done it on cross. It would have been so confusing to come back later and say.
No, I just don't want to.
No. That's totally. That's perfect way to do it. Yeah. And again, I can either do it on cross. This is just something that like time stamps on the code surveillance
On the video. Well, they can't get this. So we.
Oh, they don't pop down.
No, because we did the players. So we just did the standard video.
Oh, okay.
So they shouldn't see anything. But what I should clarify is that the running time. The running time was time. So if I miss that, make sure we're not across. I'm trying to do that.
I almost never give questions to the office of attorney to ask, but I agree with the right. That was
I don't know.
to us.
no. See what goes on. Doesn't make any sense to just stare at this for an hour. So maybe we'll go over some news clips related to the case. I mean, we're 2 hours into this, and it's been pretty.
Hey, Cracker Barrel cheese. Tonight's the night. And boy, you are going to shine. Bold, rich, and smooth. Wow, that's impressive. Cracker Barrel cheese. Impressive.
Man, I can't. Sorry for that. Will be handled this week. I am not playing with this anymore. Trying to run a stream here. I ain't over here monetized or making anything off of nothing. So I'd rather pay. So this way. Ah. I guess it's yeah, this is they must be having a job fair or something. getting a little background on the old.
So we try most kinds of cases, with a few narrow exceptions. So we don't do family law cases. Those are a specialty case that are heard in circuit court.
I don't know. I got to figure out something better for these types of situations.
Will, or if they don't have a will, and they have property, that property needs to go to somebody after their death, and so there's a probate court that specializes in those kind of cases. And then we don't do juvenile cases. So anyone who's under the age of 18, who may commit a crime or may be involved with the DCYF system, family, those kind of cases are all dealt with in circuit court. But beyond that, anything from literally a speeding ticket to a murder case, and anything from neighbors who are fighting about their barking dog to a multi-million-dollar wrongful death lawsuit that where somebody claims it was, doctor.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna figure something out. There's no way we're sitting here for an hour with this. No way. I mean, hey, it could be some interesting information, but it's just run-of-the-mill stuff. Come on. So let me see what I can work up. I'll leave this go for right now in case something else happens or whatever. But I'm gonna step away for a second, move over to something else to see if we can do something for this downtime. There's no way we're doing this for an hour. No way. I'd rather end the stream and restart it. Yeah, 1 minute.
Yes, she's very good at keeping order. Anyone who is playing with their cell phone, not paying attention, talking, she's
Videotaping, sometimes people will sit there and videotape, which is not allowed, so, then I gotta confiscate their cell phone and have them delete everything off their phone that they recorded.
yeah. So she's the master of ceremonies around here, make sure that things run smoothly. So let me. I mean, I want to answer your question. So let me. I don't want to just talk here. So, kind of questions you have? Anything? Yes. 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 So the prosecutors. So we have. The lawyers have an opportunity before a trial starts to file what we call motion, which is they ask the court to make certain legal rulings before the case starts, so they know what evidence is either going to be admitted in front of the jury or kept out from the jury trial, and that way they can plan better their strategy. So in this case, the state had filed a motion. We call it a motion in limine. It's just a Latin phrase for limiting evidence. Ahead of the trial to say that Brendan Enright's statement was not admissible because it didn't have, because the state's argument was there was no evidence that the defendant heard that statement. And unless Mr. DeLee heard the statement, the state argued it wasn't relevant to the case. And so I don't know if you saw the ruling I made, but what I ended up ruling is that Mr. Enright was between the people who said that and the defendant, and if he could have heard it, then the DeLee could have heard it, and so I concluded that a reasonable jury could have decided. I mean, it's ultimately up to the jury or not whether or not Mr. DeLee heard that statement, but at least a reasonable jury could conclude that he had heard that, and to the extent he heard that, that may have an impact on whether he felt he needed to act. So that was the finding. Well, I would recommend that job no matter what. If you want to be a lawyer, if you want to go to law school, whether you want to be a courtroom lawyer or whether you want to be a corporate lawyer or whatever kind of law you want to practice, being a law clerk is a tremendous opportunity because, for a lot of reasons, but it exposes you to a lot of different areas of the law, and so you learn a lot about the law. You learn how judges make their decisions, which helps you as a lawyer in whatever you're doing. total of 25 law clerks in the state of New Hampshire at any one time. They're a two-year commitment, and after that 2 years, you can go out and practice law. And so, whether you want to be a judge or not, I had no inkling that I was going to be a judge. I am not from New Hampshire. I have no lawyers in my family. Neither of my parents went to college, much less law school. We had no friends who were lawyers. And so being a judge was the furthest thing from my mind. I loved what I was doing as a prosecutor. I loved trying cases. But at some point I had tried the most complicated cases, and I felt like I needed to expand my horizons and learn new things, and I was eager to try something different. And I had worked closely with the governor's office in different capacities, so I got to know Governor Lynch and his office through legislation and other stuff I was doing at the Attorney General's office. So that opportunity just developed through my career as an opportunity. So, but I would definitely recommend that if you go think about going to law school. Good question.
When the jury has decided the verdict, why are they allowed to sit in
So that's a really good question. So some courts allow it. We don't, because part of the value of having a juror is having 12 people decide a case. You get 12 different people listening, paying attention, and reducing something to black and white on a printed page kind of gives that more, or could cause the jury to put more emphasis on that than how the witness presented, or what they said, or the tone of their voice. And so allowing the jury to use their collective memory to bring those pieces together is I think, a safer way, or we feel here at least in practice, to stick with the reason. There's also a practical reason, which is it's extremely expensive to create a transcript, and we don't have the technology nor the personnel that does that overnight. I've been involved in cases where, because a particular participant has a disability, we needed that under the Americans with Disabilities Act, but that's extremely expensive to put in place, and so we don't use it. Most rare cases will provide access to somebody.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but from my understanding, during the delayed bail hearing, it was decided that the state should, I think the phrase is clear and convincing evidence that he didn't act justifiably in choosing to delay. Wasn't this ruling just like changed the jury's opinion?
Well, so they don't know that. So you'll notice that Mr. DeLee is here in a suit, handcuffed. They'll never see him, or they should never see him come and go from that door. So they don't know whether he's out in public or whether he's incarcerated. They don't know anything about that ruling, and we tried to be very careful about that. So even when we went to the location outside the GOAT to see that with the jury, and even there he was out. He was out publicly, not handcuffed, not shackled, not clothing, jail clothing or anything. So they wouldn't have any idea whether he was out free or.
He does have a leg brace on, so
I didn't even know that.
if he tries to run, the brace will lock, and it'll lock his legs, so he won't be able to run.
But they, obviously, I didn't know that, so he couldn't see it. I mean, the jury can't see it.
Because he is a big boy.
Yeah. And I didn't, I think another judge made that ruling, if I recall, because I didn't have this case at the very beginning. But that's a common question that we have to decide at the beginning of the case, is how strong is the evidence, and is there clear and convincing evidence? Well, in this case, the question is there clear and convincing evidence that he committed homicide, murder? Because if there is, the law says you're not entitled to bail. In non-murder cases, the question is there clear and convincing evidence that the defendant will either be a flight risk or that he will be a danger to the public? And so, it may be that you commit a very serious crime, but you're not a danger to the general public, and so therefore, this wouldn't necessarily be locked up for the duration of the trial.
couple pictures, like when we went on the view yesterday, we had to make sure the photographers and the live streamers weren't anywhere near because the juries are anonymous.
Oh, yeah, that tells us that the record, so we record everything that happens in court, and if that clock is running, I know that there's a record being taken, and if it's not running, then I know, like, let's not talk, because we need a record to make sure that if something happens during the course of the trial, if I make a mistake in a ruling, or someone says something that is very important, then I need to go back and review. I can go back to that portion of the record. I can look and say, oh, this date, this particular time, I can get the court monitor to pull that up and play it back. Or then eventually, when there's an appeal, if he's convicted, when there's an appeal, there'll be a written transcript of the court. And so the monitor, Joni, who sits there, her job is to make sure the recording is running, but she also makes a record of all the exhibits that are introduced. She takes notes about whether.
All right, so I found something else that I'm just gonna throw on real quick because there's no real sense in keeping on watching this right now. So
Need one back.
we go over here to this.
I mean, Brian,
So
you're gonna need, grab one of those off the table. Yeah.
get rid of these.
Let me start it for you there. I didn't know if you knew how to do it or if you wanted me to do it. Hold on a minute. It's going a little nuts.
So this will just be while we're.
I gotta find the file too. I have all my trial stuff up here.
It's loud. I don't know if it's just me or if that's just
I don't
really
think she's
loud.
logged on yet. You may want to check with her, because usually it's up in the corner. Oh, here she is. Here she is.
Like I said, I don't know if that's me
Okay, so
or
you guys need to
or what.
turn your microphone over, and there's a power thing on the bottom. Press that until that light gets green.
Yeah, I was scrolling around thinking that I'm on the thing.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
So this is a
I
whole
can't
different
hear you.
case, just so nobody's confused.
Look down there at where your hand is, Kevin.
Yeah.
See, there's a little microphone. See if the X is on it. Can you hear me, ma'am? Can she hear me or not?
Sure.
Okay, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Now I can.
Now you can. All right, have a seat, please.
Un momento. Por favor, un momento.
Okay. All right. All right, we're here in case numbers 677-866 and 680-880. Those are two cases in which I'm going to be doing sentencing on. State of Ohio versus Delonte Edmund Geiger. He is present in court today with his attorney, Mr. Brian Radigan, and Kevin Brigman is here on behalf of the state of Ohio. The record should reflect that on April 12th, 2023, Mr. Edmund Geiger pled guilty in case number 677-866 to receiving stolen property, motor vehicle, count 1, a felony of the 4th degree. Before I had the opportunity to sentence him in that matter, he picked up 680880, and he pled guilty in that case on October 30th, 2023, to count 2 as amended felonious assault with deletion of all firearm specifications. Count 4 as amended, kidnapping with the deletion of all firearm specifications. Count 5, tampering with evidence as amended, with the deletion of the firearm specifications. And count 6, having a weapon under a disability as indicted. Counts 1 and 3 were nolly. At the time of the plea, I did order a pre-sentence report. I also ordered a mitigation evaluation. I've received both of those reports. I also have a sentencing memorandum that was provided to me by Mr. Bringman from the state of Ohio. I've had an opportunity to review that as well. I also have in front of me a status report for probation case number 677866 that was and 650393. Those were for low-level felonies, felony of the 4th degree, forging identification cards, a felony of the 5th degree, and attempted grand theft, felony of the 5th degree. So I'm going to address the probation violations as I address the sentencing in the 2 new cases. Mr. Radigan, have you been provided with a copy of the status report?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, did you read it?
I did.
All right, do you want to waive the presence of the probation officer?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll go forward on that as we go forward on the other 2. All right, have both of you received a copy of the pre-sentence report as well as the mitigation evaluation? Mr. Bringman, on behalf of the state of Ohio, did you receive it? Did you find it to be accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, same question to you, Mr.
Yes, Your
Radigan.
Honor. Thank you.
Okay. I also noticed that we do have the victim present in case number 680880. She is appearing remotely via Zoom, which is fine. Is it on the TV screen in front of them?
It is.
Okay, so the defendant, Mr. Delonte Edmund Geiger, has the ability to see that screen in front of him. I am prepared to go forward with sentencing. With regard to case number 677866, and then I would think with regard to 650393, I didn't sentence him in 677866, did I? Because they have it on the status report, but I thought he hadn't been sentenced in that. Let me look at it. My question with you, for you, Mr. Bringman, is: are you in compliance with Marcy's law on all of these matters?
Yes, Your Honor, so 677866?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the status report for probation puts 677866, but I have on my pre-sentence investigation 677866.
Your Honor, I believe that he was sentenced in that case on April 20.
He was ordered for a post-sentence for the 677866 case. So that was included in the pre-sentence investigation as well, because the probation was unable to complete the post-sentence.
Okay, I understand what happened. All right, so he actually pled guilty and was sentenced in that case on 4/26/23. I get what you're saying. I ordered a post-sentence report, but because he picked up the new case before they completed the post-sentence report, they completed it with the pre-sentence report. I wish they would indicate that on the reports so that it looks like I haven't sentenced him. Who else is trying to get in?
Thank you, Your Honor. Seated with us today at the table is Detective Florence from the Cleveland Police.
But on the Zoom. Do you know?
I believe that Ms. Cyrus's sister is also wanting to appear. She lives out of state.
Hold on, ma'am. I'm trying to do this. Oh, come on. It's really hard to do this up here, from up here. I saw that there was someone else trying to get in, but that person is gone. You want to call the sister?
We'll work on that.
Can you still hear me, ma'am?
Yes.
You can hear me?
I can barely.
Yeah, let me move my microphone. Is that better?
Yeah, that is so much better, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
Was your sister trying to be part of the hearing?
She was trying to do that, her internet is messing up at the moment, so.
Okay. All right, well, if I look up and I see her trying to get in again, I'll let her in. Are you okay going forward without her?
I am.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
All right, we're moving on.
All right.
Mr. Bringman, on behalf of the state of Ohio.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this point, I take it that you, as you stated, you had a chance to review the pre-sentence report as well as the state of Ohio sentencing memorandum. Briefly, though, I believe it is necessary to highlight to the court our concerns about this defendant's actions in the early days of May of this year. When you think about this case, the harm caused, the words that come to mind, I think are cruel, barbaric, and disturbing, to say the least. On May 2nd of this year, Cleveland Police responded.
Are you sure it wasn't April 2nd?
May 2nd, Your Honor.
All right, so the PSI is wrong with regard to the date.
There's a typo in one of the police reports.
Okay, so they have it as Wednesday, April 3rd and Tuesday, April 2nd. Okay.
So at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, First District officers received kind of a call to respond that a individual in the area had reported that she believed there was an individual a woman being tied up in the basement of the defendant's home. Officers responded just after 3 o'clock that evening. They made contact with Mr. Edmund Geiger. Mr. Geiger refused to have them access the house. They were eventually able, given consent, to search his basement. They did a thorough search of his basement. They found, I believe, an air mattress, but nothing else. So with nothing else to go on, they left the house. They continued, though, to search for, kind of obtain any information based upon this initial call that came in. And they were able to speak with another individual, a female, who also reported the same thing to them, that there was a woman, specifically Miss Cyrus, being held, being tortured for the past several days in the defendant's house. Officers went back. They were able to gain access into the house and conduct a thorough search. And, Your Honor, this search, which was conducted by several First District police officers, was captured on their body camera. And I tried to summarize that as best I could in the report, in the memorandum. However, reviewing that body camera, it is disturbing. You can hear, as officers are trying to get any information at all from the defendant about the nature of why they're there, you can start to hear moans and groans from inside the house. And the officers begin to circle the house and call back to these sounds. And they are eventually, thanks in no part to this defendant, able to zero in on the front porch of the house. They're circling outside, they eventually make their way inside. When seated, or when in that covered porch are a couple of plastic tool crates. They're maybe about 2 feet by 4 feet, 18 to 20 inches deep, I'd say. And on top of them is a heavy tool bag. They remove everything from on top, and they open it up, and they find Miss Cyrus folded up inside the crate. She's barely able to talk. Officers, to their credit, immediately called EMS. They did not want to, her first words were, I'm paralyzed, I'm paralyzed. EMS was called, and they were able to remove her from that crate. And Your Honor, I think if I may approach.
You may.
From body camera as well as crime scene detectives who also immediately responded, they were able to document her location and condition at the time. And I would just show that to the court. You'll be able to say it's A and B.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
And Your Honor, I mentioned that, they were able to locate her things in no part to the defendant. What is just as chilling when you review that body camera is that the moments, seconds before they're able to locate her, the defendant finally yells out, she's in the tote, nonchalant. He at that time showed no remorse for what he had done for her condition. What we came to learn during this investigation that she was there at 3 o'clock. I mentioned that they go, they get more information, they come back. I believe they come back around midnight, just after midnight. So that leads you to believe that either she was kept in that box that day alone for 8 hours, between 3 and 12, or he had removed her and put her back in there. And I don't know which one is more disturbing or cruel. Your Honor, the harm caused, I believe that Ms. Cyrus can speak to how his actions, how those few days have impacted her. Suffice it to say, she has undergone severe mental and physical suffering and harm. We were set for trial a few weeks ago. She would not have been able to be here without the assistance of medical transport. She is, at this point, 7 months later still in a long-term facility. She was transferred to Metro Hospital where she was treated for severe injuries. And speaking with the detective yesterday, I learned that, and I believe Ms. Cyrus can speak to this, that I think this past week or recently was the first time she was able to stand up. And that was with the assistant. So I'll let her speak to that more. That's something that I was just made aware of. Your Honor, as outlined in our state's sentencing memorandum, we believe that these are on their face some of the most serious and worst forms of these offenses. We see these charges routinely, specifically kidnapping, but rarely do we see the type of torture and treatment and cruelty that Ms. Cyrus endured. And we believe that acts, the way these offenses were carried out, warrant maximum consecutive sentences. I understand and I've reviewed the mitigation and the pre-sentence reports, but I don't believe that, even taking all that into account, that it deserves any role in mitigating his conduct and the harm caused. So with that, Your Honor, I would ask the court to allow Ms. Cyrus to address the court and hear from her.
Okay. All right, Ms. Cyrus, can you still hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Can you tell us what your first name is, please?
Cheryl.
And how do you spell that?
Cheryl.
Okay. And what would you like to say?
Okay, Your Honor, on approximately May 2nd, 2023, I became the victim of a horrific crime. A crime that included vicious beating, being held against my will, stabbed and having my arms tied. A TV broken over my head. He kicked me in the ribs, damaging them, which ultimately left my body. Once my neck was broken, I was picked up with a fair dog and trudged up and down stairs and from room to room. Eventually, this monster, without any sign of remorse, stuffed me in a 3x3 coat and closed the lid, which murdered my life as I knew. During all of this, I was threatened with a snitch and a rat, told it was my fault for his situation, not being able to see his daughter if he got from it. He is totally responsible for his actions, which now will keep him from his daughter. Going through all the pain he was inflicting, I was confused as to why he was doing this to me, as I have and never would snitch on anyone. Just the day before, I now recall feeling so independent. I walked a lot. I was happy, taking care of myself, enjoying life as I knew it, spending time with friends and embracing life. All that ended after this attack. I recall being found in a tote by police and telling them, I am paralyzed and I flew. I was in a coma for approximately 7 days, having had neck surgery and pulled through despite of his efforts to end my life, truly believing that was his plan. After being stabilized in paralyzation, I was transferred to a rehab facility to begin my new normal and remain there to this day. My life is impacted every moment in a negative way due to his anger, attack, and imaginative revenge on me. I experience painful muscle spasms and general pain every day. I am paralyzed and 98% dependent on others for my basic needs. I cannot walk. I cannot get myself out of bed, go to the bathroom, take a shower, dress myself, perform general hygiene, feed myself, smoke a cigarette, turn the TV channel, etc. I can only use 3 fingers on one hand and cannot use the other arm at all. I cannot stand, get out of bed or chair or get to my feet without help and continuous assistance from others. All I know things most humans can do without even thinking about it. I must wait till someone can help me. You lose a lot of dignity when you can't care for yourself and you feel like you are a burden to others. Since he committed these acts upon me, I have very few choices or control over my life due to my condition. I can't just jump in a car and take a walk, decide what I'd like to eat, enjoy the sunshine, etc. I do try to keep in contact with loved ones. The days are long and can become very depressing. But I cannot use a cell phone without a struggle, especially answering a call or text. The highlight of my day now is waiting for staff to come and get me on the desk so I can go outside. Emotionally, I strive to stay positive and fight through pain in hopes of regaining some movement and independence. I do suffer psychological issues due to my trauma and see a therapist and take medication for this. I am not able to give a proper hug physically to my loved ones, causing flashbacks of horrible pain as I was paralyzed. I can't have my door closed due to trauma of seeing the lid closing on a toe. I struggle to sleep and often lay awake for hours. I am much more tired now than before the attack. I love my family, but cannot just go visit them. I must wait until they can come and see me. All the burden is upon them now. I can no longer generate income and have come dependent on donations from others for my basic needs. My life has been reduced to four walls of my room until someone comes in so I can get out of my chair or into my chair. Spiritually, I know God would and is with me and has saved me for a purpose. I await that purpose and remain open to His fire. That is one thing God can never take from me as my faith. In closing, He may call it His house, but I call it the house of pain. The biggest fear is that He will do, I call it the house of pain. I will never be His victim because I believe He is a victim of Himself. I'm also not a survivor, but I live through that and can continue to live. My biggest fear is that He will do this to someone else, someone not as strong or lucky as me, or either come after me in retaliation. I ask your honor to impose the maximum amount of time and His sentencing with no parole. I feel that He has earned it.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Radigan?
Thank you, Your Honor. Obviously, Your Honor, I'm not, anything I say here is not trying to be said to diminish what happened to this woman, and obviously what she went through was a horrible, horrible crime, and obviously the ramifications that she had are going to be long-lasting. I don't want to minimize that, Judge, but I'm not going to make excuses for Delonte. We've spent a lot of time talking about what happened. Judge, he admitted to it when he was brought in. I know he gave a statement in his pre-sentence investigative report, so I'm not going to talk specifically about what was said there or why it was said and the other things that he indicated. But I do think, Judge, it's important, and I know the prosecutor indicated that mitigation isn't important here, but I do think it is. We can't explain or take away the horrific things that happened, but I think it's important, Judge, for us to realize and understand how we got to this point. Delonte, as he sits here, is a damaged human being, and it's because of the way that he was brought up and the things that happened to him. Again, that doesn't make it better for what this poor woman has went through, but it explains how we got here, and I think that that is important. Judge, Delonte was born in January of 1992, and the first time that Child and Family Services were involved in his life was 6 months later, in June of 1992. We were able to get some of the Child and Family Service records related to him, and most of them are so old that there's not a great detail as to what was going on. But what I can tell you is that June of 92, April 1st of 93, May 22nd of 95, July 26th of 95, January 22nd of 96, January 13th of 97, February 25th of 97, May 19th of 97, and February 17th of 1998. Those are all independent reports related to Child and Family Services intervention with the way that he was being raised. Judge, going further, there is not just the reports, but the findings of Child and Family Services. Going back to, I'll start in December 16th of 1999, there was a substantiated report of neglect against Delonte and his brothers and sisters. December 21st, 1998, another report of physical abuse against him and his siblings. February 2nd of 1998, neglect again substantiated by Child and Family Services. May 18th of 1997, neglect substantiated by Child and Family Services. January 13th of 1997, neglect substantiated again by Child and Family Services. May 22nd of 1995, physical abuse indicated. July 6th of 1995, physical abuse indicated. May 18th of 1997, neglect, and that was in Pandora, Ohio, where he was in foster care. Another neglect substantiated by Child and Family Services. And then again, in January 28th of 1997, neglect that was substantiated again by Child and Family Services. Judge, this is kind of the path to how we got here. And unfortunately for him, when he was taken out of the family and received permanent custody from the county, it didn't get any better. He went to foster care. He was
placed for the first time with another family with the county when he was 4 years old. He had 4 placements with regular beatings, abuse. There's reports that he was beat with weight belts, forced to drink alcohol before he was 10 years old. He was given drugs by certain members of foster families that he was with so that they could say that he had disabilities and they would receive more income from the county. This is the reality, Judge. This isn't made up. This is documented. Him and his brothers went through this together. They were split up at one point. Then they ended up in a county down in Southern Ohio where the abuse continued. I not only have some of the records, Judge, but we were able to talk to some family members that tried to intervene and tried to get him out of the system and weren't able to do it. It was a tragic childhood for this guy. It really was, and I think it played a big role in what happened here. You can't go through that and come out undamaged without help, and I think that's what happened. Outside of that, Judge, he had an IEP when he was in school, did have some other issues that happened with that. To make matters worse, Judge, when I talked to his family members, and again, I'm not trying to minimize what happened, Judge, but there's a story behind it. There's a story behind how somebody can do what he did. And it is significant, and it does make a difference. After all that, he had
everybody's got a story, man.
A car wash, and family members of the mother of his children came and robbed him at the car wash, stabbed him 8 times, shot him. He almost died, he almost bled out. Somebody came, and that was in July of 2020. Judge, that left him in speaking with family members, some that are in the back of the courtroom here that don't want to be named, but that are here for him and have provided me with some information about Delante's childhood and what happened, said that changed him. It was, after that attack, he became a different human being. He became somebody that was capable of what Mr. Bringman has talked about here. Prior to that, Judge, you can see his history is nothing like this. It's not, this wasn't somebody that was doing these things before this happened. There is a criminal history, Judge, but nothing like this. After that attack, he was diagnosed with PTSD, anxiety, depression, social distancing, nightmares, and flashbacks. Not only have family members said that, but there's some medical records related to that him indicating that this has changed him. This changed the way that he saw things and the way he did. This diagnosis of PTSD is not something made up, Judge. It's diagnosed. It was diagnosed by the court clinic in those reports and some medical records that we have as well. He's hypervigilant. Doctors say that his mental health issues were very deserving of treatment, is what the medical staff indicated when he was reviewed for competency. Just talking about some of those deep-rooted issues. Outside of all of that, Judge, we also had some medical records from Signature Health where he was linked up. And, you know, Judge, when I say somebody is damaged, it's sometimes there's the ability to fix it and change it. And I think that at least to some degree, Delante tried to do that. In January of this year, of 2023, he went to the hospital, he went to Signature Health to tell them that he was having nightmares, he was having flashbacks, and it was affecting the things that he did. He indicated to them there was some visions that he was having and some things that were affecting his ability to live day by day. He told the doctors at Signature Health that he was sleeping 2 to 3 hours a night, and he was really kind of spiraling out of control. And when they interviewed him, he said, and this is directly from the medical records, he said, "I feel like my mental health is getting bad." Says it's been bad since he was stabbed himself. He's afraid for his safety. He's always hypervigilant. A lot of people were relying on him. His anxiety was making it hard, and he was spiraling out of control. Unfortunately, there wasn't the medication that they gave him. He told the staff through the court clinic and other people that it wasn't working, it wasn't helping. And Judge, I don't know if that's ultimately what led to it, but I think even in the mitigation of penalty report that was provided, they indicated that some of these things certainly contributed to what happened this day. Again, Judge, this is the path of how we got here. This young man's childhood left him damaged, and I don't know that he's ever going to be undamaged, but I do think that it's significant when you impose a sentence here. He knows he has to go to prison. He knows it's going to be significant. But I do think that mitigation, Judge, can't be ignored. It can't be ignored of what, the start of this and how we got here. And certainly he has to go to prison, but I do think, Judge, that one sentence would be enough here. He will be on parole. He will have time hanging over his head with rebutted. And if he doesn't get himself together and doesn't get the treatment in prison, and he continues this behavior, they can keep him longer. But certainly, Judge, with somebody with this history, these mental health problems, this past, I don't think that consecutive maximum sentences are just or right. He's got to pay for his sins, and he will. But I do think that one sentence can certainly do that, Judge.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Edmund Geiger, would you like to say anything, sir?
Yeah, I would like to say I apologize to the victim and their family. I would also like to apologize to my kids and my family as well.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, do a little bit of housekeeping first. Sir, when you're released from prison, you're going to be on post-release control for 2 to 5 years. Once you're released, if you violate the terms and conditions of that post-release control, you could go back to prison for up to 1/2 of the sentence that I imposed today. You could be charged with a felony called escape for failing to see your parole officer. They can make your supervision harder or longer for you. With regard to your probation violation cases, you are found to be in violation in case number 677-866 and 650-393. Your probation in those matters is terminated.
Smoke 'em, Judge.
With regard to your credit for time served, you've been in jail on case number 680-880 from May 3rd, 2023. To today's date, 11/30/23. You'll receive credit for those days that you served in jail. Sir, you are going to receive a sentence from Reagan Toke's sentence. We talked about that at your plea on count 4. The Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections may keep you incarcerated beyond the minimum term. I told you you're going to have to get a small number and a big number. Minimum term is the small number. They can keep you longer than the minimum term if they make specified findings rebutting the presumption of release. The Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections will have to hold a hearing pursuant to apply. 1, regardless of your security level. If you violated institutional rules that compromise prison security, did you want to say something else?
No, we're
okay. Or the safety of staff or inmates, or that involve physical harm or threat of physical harm to staff or inmates, and that those infractions demonstrate a lack of rehabilitation and the offender's behavior demonstrates that you continue to pose a threat to society. Two, you were placed in extended restrictive housing, that's the whole, at any time during the year preceding the hearing. And 3, if you're classified at a security level of 3 or higher. If the release presumption is rebutted, meaning they think you violated some of the rules I just went over, the DRC, Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections, may maintain your incarceration for a reasonable period as specified by the Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections, but it cannot exceed the larger number. The presumption of release applies to the additional period if they oppose more time by the DRC, and another hearing must be held to further extend the incarceration. You, however, must be released at the expiration of the maximum term and then will be subject to PRC, which we've already gone over. Your fines, fees, and costs will be waived. So the primary purposes and principles of sentencing are that I am to punish the offender and protect the public from future crime by the offender and others, using what the law says are minimum sanctions that the court determines accomplishes the purposes without imposing an unnecessary burden on state or local government resources. The primary principles are always to consider the need for incapacitation, deterrence, rehabilitation, and restitution. And the sentence should be commensurate with and not demeaning to the seriousness of the offender's conduct and its impact on the victim, and consistent with sentences for similar crimes by similar offenders. In considering whether the offender's conduct is more serious, under 292912B, I have to consider whether the injury was exacerbated by the victim's physical or mental age or condition, which I do not find that it was. I do find that the victim suffered serious physical, psychological, and economic harm in this matter. I believe that the victim and the offender, did they have some type of friendship or relationship? They knew each other.
That's correct.
Okay. I do find that the offender's relationship with the victim facilitated the offense. I do not find any of the other considerations apply. In determining whether Mr. Edmund Geiger's conduct is less serious, I do not find that the victim induced or facilitated the offense. I do not find that the offender acted under a strong provocation. I do not find that the offender did not cause or expect to cause physical harm to the persons, meaning the victim. I do not find that substantial grounds exist to mitigate Mr. Edmund Geiger's conduct. Well, I find that there are substantial grounds to show how he got to the place he ended up at on May 2nd. And much of that is outlined in the court psychiatric clinic reports that I have, the pre-sentence report, and much more was outlined by Mr. Radigan when he spoke. I do not find that those mitigating factors constitute a defense to the behavior that happened here. Whether recidivism is more likely, I do find that Mr. Edmund Geiger was on community control when this happened. He does have a history of criminal convictions, though I will note that those convictions are not convictions of violence. Whether recidivism is less likely, I do not find he has any prior juvenile delinquency adjudications. He has one prior felony before these felonies in 2012. Everything else was misdemeanors. There could be an argument that he has not led a law-abiding life for a significant number of years. Whether the offense was committed under circumstances unlikely to reoccur, that is an unknown factor to the court. I do not know the answer to that. With regard to consecutive sentences, the presumption is that concurrent terms will be imposed with the discretion to impose consecutive sentences if necessary to protect the public or punish the offender, and not disproportionate, and the court has to make findings in order to do that. I am going to impose a consecutive sentence. The law wants the court to take into consideration similar crimes, similar offenses. I've never seen an offense like this in my time on the bench. I've had hundreds of kidnappings, probably hundreds of felonious assaults. Never have I seen anything to this magnitude. In fact, most of the kidnappings I think are just an extra charge that don't make much sense in the context of the cases that I've seen. This, in fact, indicates a kidnapping that truly is at the higher and more serious end of the spectrum, as well as the felonious assault. I do find that the victim suffered substantial and serious physical harm and mental harm. I find that these crimes were committed while Mr. Edmund Geiger was under sanction. He was on probation with me. I do find that the harm in this matter is so great or unusual that a single term does not adequately reflect the seriousness of the conduct. Much of that has been outlined. I don't need to go over that again. It's been outlined by Mr. Bringman, and also with regard to the victim statement that she made in court. I make those two findings. Without this case, I could not find that he would have committed an offense of this nature. It is out of character for what he has had on his record. So I'm going to impose a consecutive sentence with regard to counts 2 and 4. With regard to counts 5 and 6, the sentence on count 5 is 30 months. The sentence on count 6 is 30 months. Counts 5 and 6 will run concurrent to each other, and the sentences that were imposed in counts 5 and 6 will run concurrent to the sentences that are going to be imposed in counts 2 and 4. All right, count 2, 8 years. Count 4, 8 years is the minimum sentence to impose. 12 years is the maximum. Those counts are going to run consecutive. You have 16 years to 20 years to serve. He's ordered remanded and transported.
Smile. Smile.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. I'm going to disconnect you now, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Oh. Unbelievable. Yeah. It's another horrible case. It never ends. We got plenty of that going on now. Yep. I apologize. I really hate I hate putting the changing things up, man, like that. I really do. I'm not gonna sit here and just watch this for an hour or have you guys do it either. I hope you don't mind that I'm doing this. I do. There's there's a lot going on today. Matter of fact. There's yeah. So yeah, just another minute, and I'll be back. I need to gotta do a wardrobe change. It is way too hot in this room today for this sweatshirt, and we're I'm gonna move on probably to something different because yeah, we're still waiting on this, but I'm gonna leave this on until I can get back. Just give me, I don't know, 5 minutes. We'll see what happens. Thank you.
Hi, Mark Barden at Sandy Hook Promise here. When the gunman
Yeah, so I don't know. We got about 15 minutes left. I'm gonna look and see if there's real quick. I'll look real quick and see if there's anything. Not see. I know there is. Just don't know where. I'm gonna go ahead and go ahead. There's plenty of there's plenty of stuff going on right now. It's pretty crazy. Cause they, I'm gonna go to. I know we got it. So we're gonna do a one, two. Do this little interlude here. Apparently, this was apparently this was directly during the, or I'm sorry, not directly during. This is a news clip from hearing some stuff in the background here with that. So. So here's a news clip relating to the case. Let's get rid of this shit. We'll hop over here.
Not understand why this happened. Shots that killed.
I'm sorry. I apologize. It's amateur shit again.
Gunshots that killed 24-year-old Timothy Pouliot in Manchester have sent shockwaves across the community.
It's a tragedy for everybody.
His death was witnessed by a crowd of bystanders on Old Granite Street who were out on the town early Saturday morning when 22-year-old John DeLee allegedly pulled the trigger.
I know how badly people are hurting right now.
His devastated family told News 9 Saturday they simply cannot understand why this happened.
Put the guns down.
City leaders say they are frustrated to hear of such violence in the community.
We seem to be under this cloud right now with a lot of violence, a lot of problems going on in the city, and this certainly doesn't help us at all.
Investigators say that there was a dispute inside the Goat Bar and Grill that eventually led to the shooting. But leadership from the Goat insists that while DeLee, the alleged shooter, did have some sort of verbal altercation while inside, Pouliot, the victim, was not involved at the time.
The person that was shot outside the Goat was not in an altercation inside the Goat. He was in an altercation in the street.
The Goat's owner says his team made sure to have the suspect escorted out of the bar by their police security detail.
We want our patrons to feel safe.
And while there are many questions as to why this happened, all parties seem to agree this senseless loss of life is simply a tragedy for the entire community.
Nothing good comes out of this for anyone.
And we just received this statement from Manchester Mayor Joyce Craig about the shooting. She says, quote, "I'm both angered and saddened by this senseless and unacceptable act of violence. My heart goes out to Timothy's family and friends, especially his young daughter. Timothy should still be with us today." And this is an ongoing investigation, so if you have any information, you're asked to contact Manchester Police. We're live in Manchester tonight. Ariel Metropolis, WMUR, News 9.
So that's that for that one. I'll go back to this for now. All right. Just as we're waiting. Waiting.
Gathered by candlelight, the loss of 24-year-old Timothy Pouliot is simply too much for his mother to bear.
My son was loved so much. Why?
An active mentor to young children in the community and a Taekwondo standout, his family says the Manchester native had a passion for helping others.
He inspired everybody just loves him.
But early Saturday morning, his life was cut short when Pouliot was killed in a shooting on Old Granite Street after police say there was a dispute at the Goat Bar in Manchester.
It's like a dream. It doesn't make sense why he's not here.
He didn't die alone. He held him in his arms. And he said, tell my mom I love her.
Michelle, Bella's here.
His loved ones say he wanted to inspire others.
He would speak about positivity and growth and development and just being the best self you can be.
And above all, he was devoted to his 2-year-old daughter, Arabella.
He just wanted to hold her and be with her, and he loved her.
The alleged shooter, 22-year-old John DeLee from Salem, has been charged with second-degree murder.
No.
But now, his devastated family have been left to wonder why this happened at all.
Put the guns down. Why did they
So
have
much
to
love
take
here.
him?
So much love here. I can feel it. One person can make an impact of the whole community.
And this is an ongoing investigation, so if you have any information, you're asked to contact Manchester Police. In Manchester, Ariel Metropolis, WMUR News 9.
Sad, man. It's just sad. Yeah. It looks like we're getting ready to come back here. Seeing some motions. Some motions. Okay, maybe not. Yep, there goes the head. Yep. This is crazy. I'm not even seeing any of my normal, my regulars in here, man. I hope everything's okay. I'm gonna have to check in on a few people. I don't know what's going on. Slow the chat down, fellas. Slow it down. Tensions are running high. I get it. We gotta just slow the chat down, though. Come on. People can't keep up with this. And we are.
Sure.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I gotta have a little bit of fun. This is crazy. This is crazy. I'm gonna go ahead and shut my camera off for a second and do illegal stuff. Not illegal in the world, just here. Just here. I've been having internal conflicts because I don't like being told what to do, but if I want to succeed, gotta do what you gotta do, right? I just gotta keep doing the same thing no matter where I go. I pray that everybody's good. I really do. There's too much crazy, sad stuff going on in the world. I almost have this like irky feeling that something that I don't know about yet has happened because, like I said, it's odd for me to not even have not one person show up. Especially with many people that I support. But hey, you know, it's all right. There's been a couple of people that actually have graced me with their presence, and I'm very, very appreciative of that. I am. And yeah, I'm appreciative of everyone who comes in here, obviously. Yeah, I'm gonna go do some YouTube illegal stuff right now, and I'll be back.
Yes. Yeah, could I actually just see the lawyers?
Notice there's always some silliness going on. This trial's very strange. Again, another strange trial. This last one I covered, man, was strange, I guess.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to remind you, you know, it's important, and I think I reminded you of this yesterday, not to read or see or pay attention to anything that's going on in the media, social media, online, news. That includes anything you may see happening out in the, you know, anything that may be relevant to this case. Don't go back to the View, I told you that. So you're not allowed to be influenced by anything outside of what happens here in the courtroom and what you saw on the View. And you also need to continue to keep in mind that you need to decide the case based without passion, without prejudice, and without sympathy. This is a dispassionate process that you need to come at with that perspective. And if you have any concerns about anything along the way, you know, feel free to make sure to tell the bailiffs about it and bring it to my attention. And if it is an issue, I'll address it with you. And if it isn't, then everything is fine. Okay? Thank you. Oh, yeah, come on back up. Oh, you're already under oath. You're good for it.
Thank you, Detective. All right, so I think this is the slide we had just finished up on. So moving ahead to State's Exhibit 48.
In fairness to the lawyers, I have been dealing with other cases, so they haven't been in here and been able to play with the technology since.
My apologies.
Thank you.
The whole restart thing. Do you mind just doing the lights? Thank you. All right, so again, this is where we left off. So going back to the pool table cam, I'm going to play State's Exhibit 48. Before I hit play, similar to before, can you describe what general areas those boxes are detailing, where we should be looking?
Yeah, this just left off in the previous clip. The yellow box is where Timothy Pouliot and Michael Mendoza are talking to the three females. And down at the bottom right, big red box, is Mr. DeLee down there. In this clip, you'll see the three females walk back down towards Mr. DeLee.
Okay. Is this one of those overlaps that we were talking about?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And just to refresh kind of everyone's memory, the last clip we had watched was the interaction between Timothy and Olivia in that group at the bar, Mr. Mendoza,
Yes.
Abby, and
yes.
then we saw the woman walk back down to Mr. DeLee's area.
Yeah, this one looks like a shorter version of just a different view
Okay.
inside the goat.
All right, so this one's about 40 seconds. Okay. So going on to State's Exhibit 49, can you describe what we're seeing here?
It's just a continuation of the previous clip. You'll see down here, it's a little bit further ahead actually, a minute or so. John DeLee talking to the three females with Gage and Matthew down the bottom right. The yellow box is where at this point Timothy Pouliot is now seated at a bar up there. In the middle of the box is a female with blonde hair. You can very vaguely make out Timmy's head of hair behind her, but in the yellow box, that's where Timothy is seated right now. And you'll see John DeLee looking up in that direction, and then he's going to walk up to the bar, have an interaction with Timothy.
Okay. And this is about a minute and a half or so.
Yes, that's accurate.
Detective, who just walked up in that tan sweatshirt?
That's Gage Chandler.
Okay. Do you mind just stepping down and pointing him out? Okay. And I want to bounce back up to the main and sidebar camera. That captures that area of the bar, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So, State's 50. Can you just quickly point out what we're seeing there?
Same as the last clip, just a different angle right here. Red box is where DeLee is with his associates down there, the females, and Saldana and Chandler. And then up top of the yellow box, you can see Timothy seated at the bar right there by himself.
And this clip is a little bit longer. It's about 5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. given the length of it, can you give us just a general overview on where we should be looking kind of as the video progresses?
I guess there's several parts here. We left off last time, you saw Gage and John DeLee up there. After the interaction between DeLee and Pouliot, you see a couple of bouncers. Okay, we'll go here again.
Absolutely, thank you, Ted.
See a couple of bouncers coming here, intervene. Gage is going to end up over here for the duration of the video, top of the ramp. John DeLee will talk to bouncers momentarily. He's going to walk back down the ramp where the girls are to Matthew. As time passes, Timothy is eventually going to come down here too. He's going to be talking to the bouncers as well. He's going to walk down here and talk to Miss Mendoza. You can see that the same coat, that's him right there. And then there's going to be an interaction between Mr. Mendoza and Mr. DeLee. The bouncers are again going to come in, separate that interaction. You're going to see all involved parties coming up the ramp, up around this way, out towards the entrance, either escorted out by staff or walking out with their friends.
Thank you, Ted. Yeah, so our place states 50.
I don't know what it is. Like if they, I don't know if it's like a move on the part of the what you call it, or if the jury's like sitting right there. Well, why they're doing this is beyond me. Aside from the obvious, I mean. Sorry, man. We switching this up real soon, so we can get around these little issues.
All right, so the beginning part of that video, given the angles of the cameras, I'm assuming the pool table cam also caught part of that?
Yeah, so that one does reach up to the main bar area.
Okay. So looking ahead to states 51, and again, we're going back to that pool table cam looking up. Is that area where that interaction occurred that we just saw?
Yes.
The beginning part of the interaction.
Yes, John DeLee is already up, standing over Timmy, who's seated at the bar, right there in the red box.
Okay, and this clip's shorter, 15 to 20 seconds?
Yes, I believe this is a quicker clip, yes.
All right, so right after that, we saw in the last clip, the defendant comes down the ramp eventually.
Yes, at the top of the ramp, we'll talk to bouncers momentarily before coming back down. Group of friends.
And does the next clip capture that?
Yes.
This is State's Exhibit 52. What's happening in that box right there?
That's where John DeLee is talking with staff from the GOAT.
Okay. And before I hit play, what should we be looking for from this camera angle?
This would be Mr. DeLee walking back down here along the tabletop bar. He'll be talking to Matthew and the three females at the bottom of the ramp.
And once they're down there, anything of significance happen?
Eventually, Timmy's going to come to the top of the ramp as well, make his way down. That's where he speaks to Mr. Mendoza.
So State's Exhibit 52. So the next clip is State's Exhibit 53. Does this next clip pick up where this one's leaving off?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Where should we be focusing as we're watching State's 53?
I'm really focusing down at the bottom of the ramp. Mr. DeLee is right there in the North Face sweatshirt. You're going to see Mr. Pouliot come down the ramp.
Detective, sorry to interrupt you. Do you mind hopping down?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I apologize. So right now, Timmy's up here talking to staff. Come down the ramp. Talk to Mike Mendoza right here. You're going to see the interaction between Mike Mendoza and Jonathan DeLee right here. And then they're all going to be escorted up the ramp right there. So right here is what we want to focus on.
Okay, thank you, Detective. So again, states 53. Do you recognize this clip?
Yes, I do.
This is states 54. This looks a little bit different than the footage we just watched. Where was this footage taken from?
This is taken by a patron at the bar. The last clip, if you notice, there's somebody with a cell phone standing up and you see a blinking light. There's a bystander taking cell phone video. This is what this is right here.
Okay. Obviously, I was turning the speaker up, but does this have sound?
Yes, this one has audio and video for it.
Okay. Going back to the goat surveillance from that video, did the main bar window catch the rest of that exit from the bar?
Yes, this one does not cover the interaction, but it covers all parties being escorted out or leaving the goat.
Okay. And no sound on this one, or is there sound?
No, it's from the goats. We're back to just video.
And if you can, I apologize, lots of video. If you can come down and just point where we should be looking, where people are going to be coming from and going to.
So everybody's going to be coming up from off camera right here, top of the ramps right about here. You're going to walk up this way, you're going to see Mendoza and Nash first, followed by DeLee, Solgano, Chandler goes before them, but they're all coming out this way right here. And at the end of the video, right about here in the middle, you're going to see an interaction between Timothy Pouliot and Abby Elliott.
All right, thank you, Detective. Not sure if I said it, so states 55. Okay, so now let's move outside. So this is States 2. We've seen this before. A different version of this is States 56. Looks a little chaotic. Can you describe for us what we're seeing in this diagram?
Yeah. This is an aerial view, just to orient everybody. This is Granite Street, heading westbound towards the Granite Street Bridge. Old Granite Street kind of runs parallel to it. Franklin Street runs this way. Hampshire Lane runs through here. This is Elm Street, north-south, so the SH2 Arena will be here off screen. Each color is going to kind of differentiate or notate cameras that we were able to recover during this investigation.
Any significance other than differentiation?
Color-wise, no, it's just to give a better idea of which cameras where.
Okay. And for purposes of just our understanding in the record, we can see, again, similar angles to in the bar. Are those, laser measured perfect angles, or are those approximations?
No, everything here is approximate.
Okay. I noticed that as we move in front of 36 Old Granite Street, or Makerspace, there's several different numbers. So there's 2 numbers for the camera right on Old Granite Street. Then it looks like there's a number in between Exhibit 58 and then Exhibit 60 and 61. What was that camera depicting? Or what was that clip depicting?
36 Old Granite Street is here, depicted by the blue. That's going to give you a view westerly on Old Granite Street. The red one right here is from 54 Old Granite Street. That's going to have audio and video. That's going to give you a view easterly on Old Granite Street. So kind of when you sync 36 and 54, it's going to give you full street view, kind of capture everything, the events out there. You'll notice when you're viewing from 54 Old Granite Street, there's a goat sign hanging out off the building. It's kind of obstructs some stuff in here. You'll hear audio, but again, you won't be able to see it. But 36 Old Granite Street will give you that broader picture where it all comes together. If that makes sense.
So I'm going to break this down a little bit. I think it's self-explanatory, but let's just go through it a little bit because there's a lot of colors going on. So, so right here, we can see EX65. What camera angles and where is that business?
This is Soho, right here, Barn Grill Bistro. That's 20 Old Granite Street. There's one camera that's going to cover out into Old Granite Street. And there's a side camera here that's going to cover down Hampshire Lane and over the backside of the Canoco parking lot.
Okay. And you just explained the cameras from 36 Old Granite and 54, so I'll skip past that, and then we can see I'm not sure what color that is, a pink-purple EX63.
Yeah, this is going to be 64 Old Granite Street, and that's just going to give you another view easterly of Old Granite Street.
Okay. And across the street, EX64, that green color?
Yeah, this is the parking garage for the center of New Hampshire. Where it jets out right here at the corner. That's pretty accurate where that circle is. There is a camera there that's going to give them some bird's eye view. It's going to cover all the way across the parking lot, Old Granite Street, up through Elm Street over here.
Okay. And moving back into the Bank of America, EX67.
This one is another cell phone video that we collected in the investigation. There's a couple of bystanders out here. One of them had cell phone video of the shooting itself.
Okay.
And that's just approximate where it was shot from.
Okay. And then that last one I think you said was from Canoco?
Yeah, this is 570 Elm Street right here at the Canoco gas station. We have a camera on the kind of corner of the building right here. Soho one's going to give you a view easterly of this area. The Canoco is going to give you a view westerly of kind of the same area.
How's the quality of that footage?
Out of all the videos, Canoco is the worst one that we have. It's very difficult, kind of grainy, I guess. That's the way to put it.
Okay. All right. And again, that was State's Exhibit 56 in total, that diagram. So if we can, Detective, we can have you go back to your seat, but let's start with State's Exhibit 58. And again, you said this is from 54 Old Granite Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, and this is State's 56. Do you recognize this area?
Yeah, that's the area of Old Granite Street. the goat's there, then 54 will grant it, 64 will grant it.
And in that red circle, what's that highlighting?
That's a camera affixed to the outside of 54 Granite Street that we recovered video from.
Okay. And I know it's hard to see, and we're going to zoom in and actually watch the video, but does that clip right there, does that look consistent and reasonably reflect the footage angle that was taken from that camera?
Yes, it does.
So this is states 58, and this video is a little over 7 minutes long. So before I play it, similar to when we were inside the goat, can you just help orient us and direct our attention?
Yes, it'll be easier again if I...
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
This is the goat right here, 50 Granite Street. The entry exit's gonna be right here, so you're gonna see the involved parties start coming out. Mendoza and Nash are gonna walk across the street and get inside this white vehicle right here. Gage Chandler, Mazzano, and John DeLee are gonna walk up together on the sidewalk. 3 females will follow them out shortly after. We're kind of all gonna congregate in this general area right here. And again, this is the one that's obstructed by the sign. If you look closely, you'll be able to see legs down there, but that's the general area they're gonna be at. As the video progresses, you'll see Nash Mendoza exit this vehicle, come over to this general area right here, by that white car on the side of the road. And during the court, about a minute and a half in, you're gonna see Mr. Pouliot come out and start walking this way. As the video progresses, you see Mr. Pouliot start walking back up this way from the sidewalk. You are gonna hear the...
This is what my first car looked like when I got it, and this is how I gave it a vibe shift with eBay Motors Guaranteed Fit. For a lower ride height, I got a set of coilovers. Extra stopping power called for an upgraded brake kit. To shift our gears more conveniently, I installed paddle shifters. Guaranteed Fit for any vibe shift with parts from eBay Motors.
Coming this way and down here on Elm Street.
So there's going to be audio in this one?
Yes, this is the one that has outdoor audio, yes.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to play states 58. At some point.
Your discretion is advised.
Detective, looking at that white car, who just got out of the car?
It's Trent Nash.
All right, detective. Let's move up to 36 Old Brandon Street. Do you recognize this? This is State's Exhibit 59.
Yes, this is a Google Street view of 36 Old Brandon Street.
Similar to before, what is the blue circle highlighting?
It's indicating an exterior camera that we were able to recover footage from.
And does this clip represent the angle and what that camera was documenting?
Yes, it does.
So moving on to State's Exhibit 60. Is this that camera angle?
Yes, it is.
And this clip's about 4.5 minutes long. What are some of the areas that we should be focusing on, and can you just help orient where we're looking?
At this point, you're going to have your westerly view on Old Brandon Street. The interaction we talked about the curve right here is no longer blocked by that sign. So we get a full picture of what's going on over here. Again, just a reminder, Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash go with this white car right here. Mr. DeLee, Soldano, and Chandler and his friends come up this way. We're all going to congregate right about here at the three females. There's an interaction with Mr. Nash behind the vehicle. And you'll see one with Mr. Mendoza in front of this vehicle. Then Mr. DeLee, Chandler, and Soldano will walk up the sidewalk right here. The females remain here. Nash and Mendoza will start walking the street. We'll park right about here in the middle, I guess. And you're going to see Timothy Pouliot coming up this way. And then he gets up this way. You're going to see Abby Elliott run after him and kind of push him right as we get off screen right here. And then all the male subjects will be off camera view. The three females will be in this general area leading up to the shooting incident.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. And again, this one won't have audio. It was the last one, correct?
This will be just video, yes.
Man, they're doing this camera shit on purpose. I know it. They damn sure could move their camera down some. My co-host decided to join me.
All right, so let's move on to State's Exhibit 61. Same camera angle, correct?
Yes.
This has just been zoomed in and shortened a minute and a half or so.
Yeah, this is the zoomed in version.
Okay. So that white car on the right-hand side, based on your previous testimony, that's the car we're going to see Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash get into. And
Yes.
then the interaction that you were describing is going to happen to the left side of the screen. You're the white car on the
Yeah,
left
the
side.
other white car, yes.
Yeah. And this is State 61, if I didn't say it.
Doesn't even take. It gives you.
Who's in that tan sweatshirt on the left-hand side on the sidewalk right there?
That's Gage Chandler.
And who do we see coming up on the left?
That's Matthew Saldano. And then Mr. DeLee with his arms out right now.
Moving ahead, you described this exhibit, the next exhibit, State's Exhibit 62, was a combination of 36 Old Granite Street and 54 Old Granite Street, right?
Yes.
Synced up, side by side?
Yes.
Is it perfectly synced up?
Maybe off by a second or two.
Okay.
That's going to give you the perspective, east and west, to come together.
Yeah, see.
what's happening at this point?
Mr. Nash is walking over to Mr. DeLee.
Who's that walking up on the left in the black and white screen?
It's Timothy, the one he's found now.
Now I want to move the other direction. I want to go down from the goat. All right, so down to 64 Old Granite Street. This is State's Exhibit 63. And we're going to do a similar thing. Do you recognize this photograph? You already identified it as State's 57. Can you recognize where that yellow circle is highlighting?
Yes, that's from an exterior camera that we recovered footage from.
Okay, and is that from 64 Old Granite Street?
Yes, it's a red. You can see 64 fixed just above that white rectangular sign there.
And then similarly, is the clip that you can see right there, that still image, is that what is depicted in the video?
Yes, that's accurate.
And is this that video?
Yes, it is.
This is State 63. The video itself is about 3.5 minutes long, correct?
Yes.
And I'm just gonna play about 2 minutes of that. All right, the first 2 minutes or so. Actually, I think we have an idea, but can you just stand back up and just orient us to where we're looking, where everything is?
So we're going to be looking easterly again. This is that white vehicle, and there was a Nasher in. The goat's going to be up here. It's very hard to see. There's some brick right there. That's the entry exit way. And in this video, you're going to see Mr. Pouliot come down this way, walking westerly down on Granite Street, the sidewalk.
All right. Thank you, Detective. All right, State's Exhibit 63. for this one?
No.
Let's move across the street to State's Exhibit 64. That green angle, I think you testified earlier, it was from the parking garage?
Yes.
Okay. Is this still depicting what we're going to see in the video?
Yes, it is.
And just describe for us, in general, what to expect on this. This clip's about 4 minutes long, correct?
Yes.
And can you just stand up, walk us through what we're seeing and what we can expect to see and where we should focus our attention?
So based on previous video, that's the white car, and there was a Nash. The interaction's going to be behind this white car, front of the white car. You can see the parties separate. Mr. DeLee and his associates walk this way, all the way up the sidewalk, into Hampshire Lane area right here. There's a tree here and on the side of so you kind of lose sight a little bit. Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash come this way, up through here. You'll eventually see Mr. Nash head over this way, kind of behind the truck, right at the corner. There'll be some other people there. You'll see Mr. Mendoza briefly cross in front of his headlights. He is right here. And you'll see Mr. Pouliot coming up this way in the street. And then Mr. Mendoza, Mr. Nash, Pouliot are all gonna congregate right here. You'll see Mr. Lee, Mr. Sonato also up here. And it's gonna capture the shooting. You'll be able to see muzzle flashes right about here.
Thank you, Detective. Again, it's about 4 minutes long, and this is State 64.
It doesn't matter what I do because of the way they have it. The way they have it, right? I can. Can't even say anything. I'm gonna move myself again, but you know what? No, I'm not even doing that because you know what? This is the. Yeah, I guess this is why they have FOIA, right? I'm gonna go ahead and get these tapes, man. This is their little way of taking public information and just completely taking it and making it theirs. You're supposed to be here to let people view things. It's all public record. That's cool. They got a monopoly. It ain't gonna stop me.
And so for this last 2 minutes, I'm gonna zoom in, okay? And detective, you wanna step up and can you just point out who we're seeing? And I can actually back up, that way you can fill us in on where we're. So who's walking in front of Soho right now?
I see Gage Chandler, John DeLee, Matthew Saldano. 1, 2, 3.
He's right there.
Trent Nash and Michael Mendoza. Timothy Pouliot right there.
So what area should we be looking for the gunshots?
Right there.
Who's walking right there?
It's John DeLee walking back down Hampshire Lane.
Thank you, detective. So going back to our diagram, now we're up to Soho. Correct, you already explained the angles of this.
Yes.
In relation to those two angles, we saw those gunshots on that parking garage footage. Was the actual shooting captured on either of these angles that we're about to see?
There's a very small blind spot. You will see Timothy Pouliot fall into one of the camera angles, and you'll be able to see some bullet hitting the street, causing defects, a little sparking, if you will.
Okay. All right, and is this a split screen? This is State's Exhibit 65, my apologies. Is this a split screen of both Cam 3 and Cam 4?
Yes, right now you're looking at Cam 3, which covers Old Grand Street.
Starting to feel like this is kind of pointless. I mean, they're playing this camera angle shit. Like, come on, man.
So who do we have walking up here?
Ridiculous.
Go back or?
Yeah, go back up. Absolutely.
All right. John DeLee, Matt Saldano, Gage Chandler, Mendoza, Trent Nash.
Trent Nash and Mendoza?
Mike Mendoza is right there, and Trent Nash is right there.
So where should we be looking now?
You can see Timmy Pouliot right here.
Excellent question.
Right, Detective. You can stay right there, please. So you had mentioned you could see bullets hitting the pavement, correct?
Yes.
Before we go to that, the timestamp on the video that we can see in the upper right-hand corner of the videos says 1 a.m., 48 minutes, and 38 seconds. Is that accurate?
No, it's about an hour and 3 minutes or so.
Fast, okay. And are some of those other video clips that have timestamps, are those off a little bit?
A few seconds here and there, but they're generally ballpark.
Okay. And now at this point, I'll come forward. Who is this?
John DeLee.
Okay, and we can see him reaching for something.
Yes.
Okay. At this point, where is Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash?
Mr. Mendoza is right there. It's right hard to see. And Mr. Nash is behind that truck in the back corner, this area.
And correct me if I'm wrong, this is the Bank of America parking lot?
Yes, sorry, it is. Yeah.
That's not the alleyway?
No.
Okay. How about Mr. Pouliot?
He's down the sidewalk down here. You can't see him right now, but eventually he'll come into view and then come up the street this way.
Just 1 second. I'll go back up there. One step back. Detective, can I actually have you sit back and point out on the same thing that we just did up there back here?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Alright, so same question. You testified this is the defendant, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And where were Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash at this point?
It's hard to see, but that actually is Mr. Mendoza right there on the sidewalk. Mr. Nash, based on the video you're seeing, you know he's on the side of that pickup truck over there.
I'm just going to ask you the same questions. So this area here, I pointed up there, that's the Bank of America parking lot.
Yes, Bank of America parking lot across from the Soho.
Okay. This isn't the alleyway.
Okay.
Okay. And then in this picture, approximately where is Timothy Pouliot?
Somewhere down here on the sidewalk, walking in this direction. Video progresses, you'll see him come out here, come on the street.
Now, Detective, before I hit play on this, can you just tell us where we're looking on this? This is the same footage, correct?
Yes.
Just zoomed in? Yep. Okay. Where are we looking at in this camera angle?
Now this is from camera 3 zoomed in. You're gonna be looking at Old Grand Street again. This is the view to catch Mr. Pouliot falling backwards right about here. You'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, either impact on the pavement or somebody's you'll see an actual spark for the projectile hitting the pavement and skipping off.
I'm going to back it up and then do it again because I think it's starting to play. So we should be looking right to left as far as the circles go.
Yeah, it's going to work this way.
Okay, thank you. And I know that happened quick. I'll play it one more time just to make sure for the people that it's their first time seeing it. And now, Detective, I'm going to have you sit down for 1 second. I'm going to try to unplug this one.
Yeah, have a seat. I'm gonna, let you take a break, get some water.
So the footage we just watched was a compilation or a side-by-side of camera 3 and camera 4, correct?
Yes.
Okay. For the exhibit, they'll have the pictures of the compilation, but they'll also have the individual videos?
Yes, there's, yeah.
Full-size videos?
Yep.
Okay. Just gonna pull up. So same exhibit for purposes of the record. This is about 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Just hit play. So this is the alleyway, is that correct?
Yes, that's Hampshire Lane.
What is this camera guy doing? Oh my God. Thank you. Yeah, keep it there. Asshole.
So we talked about this a little bit earlier with the VLC player and controls on that.
Mm-hmm.
Should have just kept on walking, man.
Let me know when is a good time to take the afternoon break. We've got a little more than an hour here.
Probably have about 7 minutes. Okay. But we could take 1 hour. I can just get through these last ones.
Let's try to
Sure, close up. So this is State 66. This is the Kanoko station footage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would describe this as kind of poor quality?
Yes.
All right. Is this what that footage looked like?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna play, it's about 3.5 minutes long. I'm gonna play about the first 2.5 to 3 minutes, and then we'll stop, okay? And I hate to pause, but the audio that we're hearing, is that related to the actual camera?
No, I think it was inadvertent when the detectives were downloading it or getting it from the store clerk. It's inside audio from the download. The video does not capture anything outside.
Okay. I'm gonna remove the audio just so it doesn't distract.
There, now get them to move the camera so we can see what's going on.
To the left.
That's John DeLee right there.
These people walking, related or unrelated to the event?
Nope, unrelated.
So on it there, the other Soho camera angle that's a little bit more clear, that picks up the next part of that, correct?
Yeah, it's almost like a, I guess, mirror image to describe it. One's facing toward down, Kanoko, one's facing towards Soho.
Okay. State's Exhibit 67, where was this collected from?
This was the bystander cell phone video of the actual shooting.
Okay. Is there audio with this?
Yeah, it's just like a cell phone video. There will be audio and video of it.
I'm going to play a little bit of it, then I'm going to pause, ask you to identify who we're seeing, and then I'll back it up and play it through.
Okay.
This is fairly short video.
Yes, I believe it's only like 12, 13 seconds-ish.
Maybe I'll just let it play instead of messing with the tech, and then we'll play it through. So if you can stand up and just come over and tell us who we're looking at or watching the video before I hit play, if you can identify who you can see right there.
Right now you can see Gage Chan on the sidewalk, John DeLee. Actually made it worse. This close up, sorry. Matthew Soldano and Timothy Pouliot.
Okay.
These guys are awesome. Oh.
I just want to back it up. I'm going to try to pause it.
Michael Mendoza, Matthew Soldano, Trent Nash.
Okay. And where you pointed out Mr. Chandler earlier, did you just point him out or did I miss it?
No, he's off screen now. The original angle, he was over here.
Okay.
And then the street's house kind of obstructing right here, but now these guys are more on screen, but Gage Chandler's gonna be off.
All right. Now there's a lot going on in a short period of time. So let's start with Trent Nash and Mr. Mendoza. What do we see them do in the video?
They're gonna turn and run this way.
Okay. And Mr. Saldana, what does he do?
He's gonna kind of put his hand on his head and start walking back towards Hampshire Lane.
Okay. All right. Look at it one more time. Thank you, Detective Lovejoy. If you can have your seat, I have no further questions, Your Honor. That's
We'll just take a short afternoon recess and then we'll.
Short afternoon recess. I'll tell you, boy. Some cameras off, man. They could cameras off, boy. I'm gonna leave that there for a second. Just a case. Yeah. So, all right. I'm gonna go walk my dog real quick. I'll be back. Short recess. I don't know how long that's gonna be. Oh, we'll see. Either way, I'm gonna leave this on here like this. If they come back before I do, I'll be back. I don't know. Maybe I won't be back. I'm just gonna let the thing roll. I'm gonna ghost ride it. The hell with it, right? Holy shit. I'm trying to get a real grip of what's going on here, and they're not showing the video the way they need to show it. If you're gonna prove or disprove, and I get it, like, yeah, it's for the court's sake or whatever, but no, at the same time, like, we all deserve to know. I want to know, is this dude actually, does he have a case? I don't want to just sit here running my mouth on the dude. If he actually has a case, I don't know. This is crazy. They keep covering the camera. Oh, Jesus. Man, I'll tell you. Waste five hours, man, for this. You kidding me? How many other stories I could have did? I'm in this for the, to see this. It's just really self-defense. I'll go walk this dog. Do my rant later. Christ.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Detective. Since for whatever reason that's, it is noticeable, or not, could I ask you to step over to the screen for a moment?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 67, and if you could look one more time, could you identify us where Trenton Nash is? All right, wearing a white T-shirt, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he's wearing a white T-shirt from the beginning of this video, correct?
Yes, at some point outside he takes his jacket off just for this interaction.
And so, this is, I've got it at 1:22 on State's Exhibit 65. 1 minute and 22 seconds. Is that Trenton Nash crossing the street? In the middle of Old Granite Street?
Right here?
Yes.
Yeah, the white sneakers on, yes.
All right, and what's he wearing there?
He did his jacket on.
Okay. And he crosses the street and walks basically off screen into the middle, into the gap between the two camera angles, correct?
Yeah, he ended up in that blind spot between 3 and 4.
Okay. And I'm just gonna play till that part of it. All right, and he's off screen now, right?
Yes.
We never see him again with his coat on, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And we don't actually see him take the coat off.
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further? Nothing further on. All right, you can step down. You're all set.
Go to the State House, Isla Baronovich.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will be giving will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you, before you begin, so you have water up there with you, which is fine. And there's a microphone that's right in front of you, that's kind of gray. So if I can't hear you, I'll ask you to speak up, but just so you know that that's there too, okay?
Thank you.
Could you state your name and would you spell your first and last name for the record for us?
It's Isla Baronovich. It's AJLABAJRAMO, V as in Victor, IC.
It's not like you've done that before. Where are you from?
Manchester.
Manchester? How long have you lived here about?
Over 20 years.
Is that about how old you are?
Yep.
So you were living in Manchester in January of this year, is that right? Where were you working at that time?
I was at the GOAT.
You were at the GOAT? And what was your position there? What did you do there?
I was just hosting.
Hosting? About how long had you been working there?
About like 4 months.
Are you still working there now? What was the last time that you'd been to the GOAT?
The Monday after the shooting.
So I want to take you back to that time, so January 27th, that night, into the early morning of January 28th. Can you describe for us what your plans were on that evening?
I had gotten dinner with one of my friends, and then we had gone to the goat to go see our friend Sarah.
So who was the friend that you went to the goat with?
Kayla.
And what's Kayla's last name?
Norton.
And you were going to meet a friend named Sarah?
Yeah.
Was there anybody else with you?
Nope, just me and Kayla.
So do you have an idea about when you guys arrived at the goat?
Say around 11:30.
Did you know Timothy Pouliot that night, or before that night, I should say?
I've just seen him there from working there, but I've never had an interaction with him.
Was anybody that you were with a friend of Timmy's?
Sarah was.
So going back to that evening, I'm going to move you forward now. You said you were at the bar. So about around 12:30 a.m., so towards the end of the evening. What happened in the bar around that time?
Sarah, I was bringing her home, and she was closing her tab, and she was taking her time, so I had gone up to her, and I was like, come on, Sarah, and she was talking to Timmy. So then we all just kind of started talking, and then John had come up behind me, and I'm tall, so somebody was overtowering me, and I was uncomfortable. And he had started talking to Timmy, telling him to go outside, and that he was going to meet him outside, and Timmy was saying no. So I had worked there, so I wasn't working at the time, but I had gone over to grab a bouncer, but at that time, Brian had already walked over.
So I'm going to stop you and walk you back through that just a little more slowly so we know everybody we're talking about. So you're first at the bar because Sarah's closing out her tab?
Yeah.
Okay. And Timmy's there with you guys?
Yep, Timmy was talking to Sarah at the time.
And what are you just kind of standing, waiting for them?
Yeah, I was telling her that I was like, we were all ready to go, and then her and Timmy were taking Snapshots, so we just kind of were Snapchatting off her phone, and that was about it.
Who was supposed to be leaving with you that night?
We were taking Sarah with us, Kayla Norton was with me, and Cole Capano.
Cole Capano, okay, so that was another friend.
Yeah.
And you said that John came over. Did you know, who is this?
The defendant.
The defendant? Okay, do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you just describe him by something he's wearing or where he's?
Yep, he's wearing a suit jacket and a black tie.
May the record just reflect that this identified the defendant. Had you met John before that night?
No.
So can you describe for me again what was making you uncomfortable in that moment?
Just having somebody overtower.
Hi, Mark Barden at Sandy Hook Promise here. When the gunman shot his way into Sandy Hook Elementary School on December 14th, 2012, he loaded his AR-15 with 30-round magazines so he could continue firing without having to change magazines. He fired 154 rounds in around 4 minutes and killed 26 people. And one of those 26 people was my 7-year-old son, Daniel. I can't bring Daniel back, but I can.
Timmy was to her left.
And then can you describe for me again what you were hearing for a conversation?
John had walked over and was telling Timmy that he was going to meet him outside, and then he was telling him to go outside. And Timmy was saying no.
And did this just happen once, or was this said more than one time?
It was like 2 or 3 times.
Other than physically, the fact that he was taller than you, what was the defendant's demeanor like? Like, what was he?
It was like forceful, like kind of yelling at somebody to go outside, to meet them outside, like starting a fight. So that's where I went over to grab a bouncer because it was like starting to spur up a little.
Okay. And so you walked away from the bar at that point to get a bouncer?
Yep.
Were you able to get somebody before things started to happen?
As I was talking to the bouncer, pointing out where it was happening, Brian had already walked over.
And do you know what Brian's last name is?
Brian DeLee, I think.
Okay.
He's a bouncer at the Go.
Okay. So he had walked over and intervened before you came back?
Yeah.
What was, you've described, so you said you're 5'9"?
Yep.
Okay. And that felt tall to you to have the defendant over you? How tall was Timmy compared to you?
He was shorter, so like 5'1" maybe.
What happened at that point? Once Brian Delaney got involved and broke things up, what did you see happening at that point?
I saw John going back down to the dance floor. Timmy was still up at the bar from what I could see with Sarah. And then Sarah had walked over to us, and we were about to leave until there was a fight down on the dance floor.
Okay. And was that something that you were a part of at all? Did you?
No.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we just have a record, so I have to remind you to keep your voice up so we can hear it. Did you leave after that fight had been broken up?
We couldn't leave because the cop was standing at the railing and telling everybody just to clear the way, so we kind of just stood to the side.
And then where did you go after you were allowed to leave?
We started to leave the goat.
And then where did you go when you left the goat?
To my car that was parked outside the lot outside of the goat.
So you were the one that was the driver that night?
Yep.
And again, who was leaving with you? Who was in your car?
Kayla Norton, Sarah Butterworth, and Cole Capano.
And where were they in the vehicle?
Kayla Norton was in my the passenger seat. I was in the driver's seat. Cole Capano was behind me, and Sarah was to the right side.
So when you got out of, or when you got into your car, I should say, where did you go? Can you describe for us where you drove to?
So there's like 3 exits or entrances to that parking lot in front of the goat. I'd gone out in that middle exit where it's kind of that alley in between Soho and the goat, and I went to take that left right there.
And you turned actually onto Old Granite Street?
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you either what's been marked for identification only as State's Exhibit number 74. Do you know what you're looking at in that picture?
Yeah.
Okay. And what does this look like to you?
The side where the goat and Soho are.
Okay, kind of an overhead view
Yeah,
of
the
it?
overhead.
Can you mark for me where your car was parked and then just kind of show an arrow where you drove once you left that parking spot? And is that about how far you got with your car?
Yep, I had to pull over right there.
Kind of where that tree is?
Yep.
Do you mind just putting your name and today's date underneath that? Thank you. I just have to straighten the idea of this going down.
Okay, the ID may be stricken. You may.
While people are just looking at the path that you described, what was your car like? What were you driving?
It was a silver Volkswagen.
A silver Volkswagen? Okay. And do you know what model it is? Or what
Passat.
Passat? Okay. So just to describe again what you've illustrated on here, so you pulled out of that parking lot, that's the Bank of America parking lot? And after, actually kind of drove down it, and then once you came out that exit that's kind of close to Soho, you were taking a left onto Old Granite Street? Okay. So were you headed toward this new center at that end of Old Granite Street?
Yeah.
So once you did that and made that turn, what happened?
So I did hear some like pounding on top of my car when I was about to exit and take that left, but I thought it was just Cole like hitting his hand, because I was like he might have rolled down the window, thinking his hand was hitting the top of my car. But as I took that turn, Kayla in my passenger seat grabbed me saying, "Isla, he has a gun, he has a gun." So I'd pulled over right there.
So the first thing that caught your attention was, can you describe what was happening with the roof?
You could tell that there was like something like, not like bouncing off of it, but you could feel, now that I know, it's like the gun like reflection, or
Was this something you'd ever experienced before?
No.
Overruled. I mean, she can explain what happened.
So, as you made the turn onto Old Granite Street that Kayla made the statement to? Okay. And you pulled the car over, so if you're here, did you pull over to your right-hand side?
Yeah.
And so at this point, you're kind of parked right in front of Soho?
Yeah, just like towards the right a little near that tree on the image.
What, you heard Kayla say that, what did you actually see as you came around the corner with your car? What were you seeing yourself?
I saw John standing there with the gun and Timmy on the ground.
Did you see anything happening? Did you see that defendant firing the gun at all?
Around 2 or 3 more shots.
And was that after Timmy was on the ground?
Yep.
What did you see happen at that time?
After the shots stopped, I saw John, I think, walk away, but I don't really remember. But I do remember he did either walk or run away.
Where was your attention focused at that point?
There was a lot of commotion, so a lot of the goat bouncers and the cop from the goat were running. So I saw them like in my rear or in my mirror. And then Kayla was on the phone with 911.
Did you stay in the car?
We did until the officers asked us to leave my car.
And where were you asked to go at that time?
In between that alley where the goat and Soho are, they had it taped off, so we had to stand there.
Where was Sarah with you? Still?
Sarah was not.
Okay, do you know where Sarah went?
Sarah had run up to Timmy.
And what was she doing at that time?
I don't remember.
If I may just have a moment, Your Honor. I don't have any more questions for you, Isla, at this time, but the defense attorney may have a few questions for you.
Thank you.
Yes, please, yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So just so that that we're clear, you were parked in the Bank of America parking lot, correct?
Correct.
And there's a little like parking shack or payment house right there, correct?
Yep.
It's fair to say that's where you were parked.
Yep, I parked right in front of that.
So after leaving the goat, you and your friends get into that car, drive through the parking lot, and the exit to that parking lot immediately adjacent to the alleyway between the makerspace and the Soho.
Yep.
Okay. And it's your intention at that point to take a left-hand turn.
Yes.
Okay. So as you pull out onto Old Granite Street, you're taking a left-hand turn. You hear a banging noise per your testimony, correct?
Correct.
Are you looking up the street to your left where you're turning, or are you looking straight ahead?
Straight ahead.
Okay. So you're basically looking at the Soho, correct?
In between that, like that alleyway, yeah.
Okay. And you're not looking in the direction that you're turning?
Correct.
Okay. You hear this banging noise, correct?
Correct.
Do you look to your left when you hear the noise?
Correct. I looked to see if Cole's window was open.
Okay. And where's Cole sitting in relation to you?
Behind me on the driver's side.
So you look to your left, and at this point you don't see anything, correct? You're just
Correct.
looking for Cole. And somebody else in the car alerts you that there's a person with a gun up the street?
Correct.
And at this point you see that Timothy is already on the ground?
Correct.
Okay. And the banging has stopped, right?
Not off my car, yeah, but not on the street.
So at this point, you pull the car forward and you eventually stop your car, correct?
Correct.
Are you in front of the Soho, or have you pulled into that alleyway?
I'm in front of Soho, but closer to that alley.
And you stay in the car?
Correct.
Okay. A police officer ultimately orders you out?
Yep, once they arrived.
Okay, and you notified the police officer immediately what your observations were?
Yep.
Did they check your car for damage?
Correct.
They found no damage?
Correct.
Just to be thorough, have you reviewed any videos of this incident prior to today?
No.
Have you seen any videos of this incident prior to today?
I mean, after in January, yeah.
Okay, so you watched videos of the incident in the news media or something along those lines?
Correct.
Those videos inside or outside the goat?
Outside.
Or those videos outside of the Soho?
Yep.
No further questions for this witness, Judge.
Okay, you can step down.
Thank you.
I guess I missed that whole testimony. I guess you guys will have to fill me in. I don't know. I'm gonna say it from now. I have a feeling this is gonna I have a feeling this is gonna go in his direction. I don't know what it is because I can't see what they're showing.
Does the state have any further witnesses?
Your Honor, at this time, the state of New Hampshire rests.
Okay. And do you intend to call any witnesses?
Matthew Soldano.
Thank you. When you're seated, you can just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Good afternoon. Could you state your name and age for the record?
Matthew Soldano, 23 years old.
Matthew, where do you live?
Salem, New Hampshire.
And what do you do for work?
I work in finance at a hospital.
So, Matthew, I want to bring you back to January 27th of 2023. Could you just give me a brief description of that day, the beginning of that day?
Yeah, so I was at work, and after I got out of work, I met up with my friend John. He was at a funeral all day for one of our other friends. His dad passed away. So he came over, we got in my car, and we went to Old School. It's a bar in town, and we had a drink. And then we went back to my house, got his car, and headed to the GOAT.
How do you know John?
I've known him for years through school, and we played football together.
Okay, how many years approximately?
Around 8.
Now, you just told us that you went to the GOAT, just so that we set the stage. What's the GOAT?
The GOAT is a bar in Manchester.
Okay, and have you ever been to the GOAT before?
I have a few times, yes.
And do you know why John wanted to go to the GOAT?
Yeah, we were supposed to meet up with Abby and her friends. His girlfriend.
Okay. So you get to the GOAT. Tell me what happens when you arrive at the GOAT.
So we had to wait in line for a good amount of time, and then once we got in, we went to the bar. I grabbed a couple drinks, and then we made our way down to the dance floor, and Gage and John saw a couple of their friends, so we stood there for a little bit.
Who's Gage?
Gage is another friend of ours who was there with us.
And you said that there were other people there that John or Gage knew. Do you know who those people were?
I do not know.
Okay. Did they know who you were?
No.
Okay. So about what time is it that you're at the GOAT at this point?
We arrived at the GOAT around 10:30, I believe. So we probably got inside around 11:15.
Okay. With the exception of the folks that you've already mentioned, did you run into anybody else you knew?
Not that I knew, no, but we did run into other people that I ended up talking to.
Okay. What about Abby? Did you eventually run into Abby?
Yes, we did, yep.
Okay, could you tell me a little bit about how Abby came into the picture at the GOAT?
So I'm not sure when she got there. I just remembered John had walked over to her, so I followed behind, and then we were talking to him.
Okay, do you recall anything strange or odd about, well, strike that. Was there anybody with Abby?
Yes, her two friends.
Okay. And do you know what their names were?
Olivia and Nicole.
Was there anybody else there when you walked over?
No.
Okay. What was the overall demeanor of everybody? Was people having a good time?
Yeah,
were they stressed?
From what I remember, everyone seemed to be having a good time.
Were you having a good time?
I was, indeed.
All right. So you're at the GOAT. You've met up with Abby and Abby's friends, and John is there. Anything of note happen after that?
No, not that I remember.
Okay. Do you recall, you said you got a couple of drinks. Do you recall how many drinks you had that evening?
Ooh, I can't give an exact amount, probably around 4 or 5, I would say.
Okay, do you know how many John had?
I do not know.
Okay. Were you with John the whole time?
Not the whole time. I mean, I wasn't glued to him or anything, but here and there I'd check in with him.
Okay. Did you check in with him fairly regularly?
I wouldn't say regularly, no.
Okay. How long would you say you total time spent at the GOAT that evening?
Probably 2-3 hours maybe.
Okay. Did you have to leave at some point?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Could you talk to me a little bit about the circumstances of what required you to leave that evening?
So John had been punched in the face, and the bouncers were kicking him out. He was my ride home, so I followed him out.
Did you see him get punched in the face?
I did.
Do you recall what the person who punched him in the face looked like?
I do not know. I did not see his face.
Okay. Do you recall any item of clothing he might have been wearing?
I do not know.
Okay. You just recall that somebody punched him in the face?
I saw a hand hit him in the face.
When John was punched in the face, how did John react to that?
I mean, he fell over to begin with, and then he got up and he was kind of shook. But I mean, he got punched in the face, so he was a little angry.
Okay. Do you recall if John was injured at all?
Yeah, he had a cut underneath his eye.
Okay. And could you describe the situation that you viewed? Was this a scrum? Was it a punch and then everybody got broken up? Describe it for us.
So it was. I saw the punch, and then I saw a bunch of bouncers come over, and it looked like it was broken up pretty quickly.
Okay. What happened next?
He was escorted outside. I was following behind, and then we started walking away.
Did he seem upset or aggravated?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, he just got punched in the face.
Do you recall if he said anything on his way out the door?
I do not know.
Were you in front of John or behind John?
I was behind him leaving.
Okay. Anybody else leave with you?
Yeah, Gage left with us, and Abby and her friends also left with us.
Okay. So, when you go out the front door of the goat, can you set the scene for me? What's outside?
Right out the door, nothing. It was just them, and I kind of turned the corner already and started heading towards our car.
Okay. When you say you turned the corner, what direction did you go in?
Right outside of the goat, up
Okay.
towards Soho.
And so is the Soho? So you turned right. You start going up the street towards the Soho. Why were you going in that direction?
We had parked over there.
Where did you park?
Down an alleyway, and across the street is a market basket, and that's where we were parked.
Okay. So when you got to the goat, how did you arrive from that parking lot?
We went through the alleyway up towards the goat.
Which alleyway?
The alleyway that is across the street from the market basket, next to Soho.
Okay. Let me ask you a little bit about what the weather was like outside. Was it warm, cold?
It was cold.
Anything else? Was there snow on the ground, ice, anything like that?
I don't remember, but I don't believe so.
Do you remember it was cold?
Yeah.
Did you have a sweater or a sweatshirt or anything
I
like
did.
that
I had a
on?
sweater and a knit hat on.
Okay. When you step outside and you're in front of the goat, did you keep walking or did you stop?
I kept walking.
Okay. Anybody else stop?
And once someone had said something, and that's when I heard him and DeLee going back and forth.
Who and DeLee?
There was a guy outside smoking a cigarette,
Okay.
and he said something to me when I walked by, but I didn't really understand what he said, so I kind of just kept going.
Do you remember how this person was dressed?
Not exactly, no, but I just remember he had a long sleeve on and some pants.
Okay. Was he doing anything other than talking to you and DeLee?
He was smoking a cigarette.
Okay. Do you remember how far away from you he was or far away from DeLee?
He was on like the edge of the sidewalk, and we were like in the middle of the sidewalk.
Okay. Did you stop to talk to him? Did you try to keep walking?
I tried to keep walking. DeLee and him ended up going back and forth a little bit.
When you say they were going back and forth, what do you mean?
I just heard them talking. They were talking to one another.
All right. Were you watching this interaction?
Yeah, after I heard them start talking, I turned around.
Okay. So you're standing there. Where is John DeLee based upon your perspective?
He's right in front of me, so I'm looking at his back.
Okay. And where's this other individual?
In front of DeLee.
Okay. Could you see the other indivial
Not
on
really.
your side? Okay.
Not really, no.
And you don't quite remember what they were saying. Do you remember, were they talking, yelling?
It wasn't yelling, but their voices were raised.
Okay. And do you recall what anybody said?
I do not know.
Did it seem like John recognized this person?
Not really, no.
Okay. But they were arguing back and forth. Was there anybody else there?
Yeah, so Gage, Abby, and her friends were there with us as well.
Were they doing anything at this point?
Abby was in between DeLee and the other kid.
Okay. And what was Abby doing at this point?
Trying to just keep DeLee away.
Okay. Was she successful?
Somewhat, yes. Not fully.
Okay, not fully. When you say not fully, what do you mean?
She wasn't able to like move him or anything.
Okay.
But she was able to stay in his way.
Okay. So at this point, what's your intention? Do you want to stay there? Do you want to leave?
I want to leave as quickly as possible.
Okay, so what steps do you take to do that?
So I started to move in front of DeLee to give him a little more extra motivation to start moving up towards the thing. We were successful moving him up a little bit, and then another person approached us.
Okay, what did that person look like?
I couldn't tell you what they looked like. They were in pants and a long sleeve as well.
Okay, what drew your attention to this person?
So someone had mentioned that someone had pepper spray.
Okay.
And I looked, and
Do you remember who mentioned that?
I do not remember who it was, no.
Okay, but explain to me what happened.
So someone had said it, I looked over, and I see a kid standing there with a can in his hand, up like this. So that kind of froze me for a quick second.
Okay, when you say up like this, could you just describe for all of us
So,
what that means?
yeah, so the can was in his hand like this, and he had his finger on the top.
Okay, and who is he facing, if anybody?
DeLee.
Okay. Was he squared up? Was he like 90 degrees straight on with it?
Yeah.
Okay. What did John do?
John started. They started going back and forth with each other.
You say they started going back and forth with each other. What do you mean?
They were talking to each other.
You mean they were talking to each other? Were they using pleasantries?
No,
were they yelling at each other?
It was more of not a pleasant. I wouldn't say yelling, but there was definitely not a pleasant tone.
Okay. What happened next?
So that happened, and then I started being able to get him to move a little bit more.
All right.
But I wasn't really looking at him. I was more facing towards the two kids as he was moving up towards Soho more.
How did you feel about the situation at this point?
I was getting pretty scared. I've never been in a situation like this, so I didn't really know how to handle anything.
Okay.
But I was scared because, pepper spray is nothing light.
Okay. Did you feel like you were in danger?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. So from this point, are you successful in getting John to follow you or go ahead of you up the street?
Yes, I got him to move up the street a little bit, yeah.
What about these two other people? What are they doing?
They had moved back a little bit, so that's how I was more successful at getting John to move up the street. And then once I got him to the alleyway that we were going to walk down to go back to the car, and I heard from behind me, Gage had said that they were following us. So I had told DeLee to stop because I didn't want him to go down the alley with people following us. And then I looked and I saw that they were across the street, but they were starting to come back towards us. And then I heard DeLee and them start going back at it with each other, yelling.
So Matt, let me take you a step back.
Yep.
Where were you when the person with the pepper spray approached you? Do you recall where on the street?
We were on the sidewalk.
Okay. Were you right in front of the goat? Were you in front of another building?
We were in between Soho and the goat.
Okay. You said that Abby and her friends were with you at some point. Were they still with you at this point?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Where were they in relation to you?
So I was more towards the street side of the sidewalk, and they were behind me.
Okay. And where's John at this point?
He's also behind me.
Okay. At some point, does John move ahead of you, or does he stay behind you?
He stayed behind me.
Okay. What do you do next? Bring us back to what you were talking about before.
So that's when I turned around and I started yelling at DeLee to get his butt moving up the street. And we were pretty successful. As I said, I got into the alleyway, to the entrance of the alleyway. And that's when Gage had said to us that they were following us. So I told DeLee to stop. I turned, and I saw them from the other side of the street start coming back towards us.
And when you say them, who do you mean?
The two kids that we had seen prior.
At this point, where are you in relation to the Soho?
I'm right in front of the Soho.
Okay, where's Gage?
Gage is back behind me against the wall.
And where's John?
He's in the entrance of the alleyway.
Describe the alleyway to me.
It was a dark alleyway. It was just, there was trash cans in there, but it was just like a way for us to get back to the car.
Were there any lights?
Yeah, near Soho, it's pretty lit up.
Okay, but further down?
It's dark.
Okay. Tell me what you were feeling at this moment. Down that dark alleyway.
I was scared because once they told us that they were following us, it was my thing that nothing good ever comes from going down a dark alleyway with people following you.
Okay. So you've already told us that you told DeLee to stop. What happened next?
So he stopped, and then he and the kids across the street that were coming towards us started going back and forth again. I tried to get him to calm down a little bit, but they were just going back and forth at it, and they started going towards each other. And I had
take you a step back for a moment, Matt. What are you doing at this point?
I'm looking at the kids coming towards us.
Okay. Are you saying anything? Are you doing anything at all?
I had my hands up trying to get them to go back over to the other side of the street.
Okay. And were you talking with them, or were you just gesturing?
I was just gesturing.
Okay. Did they heed that?
No.
Okay. What are they doing at this point while you're trying to wave them off?
They're yelling back and forth with John.
Okay. Are they walking towards you, or are they standing there?
They are walking towards us, yeah.
Okay. Where is John at this point?
He's still in the entranceway of the alley.
Do you recall what they were saying?
I do not know.
Okay. And how do you feel at this moment with those people coming towards you?
I was scared. I was definitely very scared.
Tell us what happens next.
So they start going towards each other, and I kind of turned, and I was approached by an individual, and he lifted my shirt and asked me if I had a gun.
Okay, so Matt, I want to ask you, where were you standing when this happens?
I was on the street.
What street?
The one that is in front of the goat.
Do you know the name of that street?
I do not know.
Okay. What direction were you facing?
Towards the other side of the street.
Okay, when you say the other side of the street.
So away from the goat.
Okay. Is there anything over there that you could use as a landmark to tell us where you were and where you were facing?
No, there was just like, it was a parking lot, there was cars.
Okay. So you're facing towards the parking lot, there are cars. Take us through what happens.
So I was approached, my shirt was lifted, he asked me if I had a gun. I didn't. I had my hands up, I didn't. I said, no, I don't. And then me and him started walking towards DeLee and the two other kids that were pretty much face to face at this point.
Do you have any idea why he would ask you if you have a gun?
No.
Okay. John known to carry a gun?
He is, yes.
Did you know if he was carrying a gun that night?
I wasn't 100% sure, but I assumed he had been, yes.
Was it the first time that he carried a gun?
No.
Had you seen John carrying a gun that evening? At any point up to that point?
Early in the night, before we went to the goat. Before we went to the goat at my house.
Okay, so you knew when he was you were at his house, or he was at your house, that he was armed?
Yes.
So one of these people asked you if you're armed?
Yes.
Did you respond to them verbally, or did they just check you?
They just checked me.
Okay. What do you do next?
I start walking towards DeLee and the other two kids that were face to face.
Okay. And can you describe to me the two people that were face to face with John?
I know they were the two kids that we had seen earlier on the sidewalk.
Okay. What's John doing at that point?
They're yelling back and forth at each other.
Okay, and what do you do at this point?
This was the last time I went up to him, tried to get him to follow me back towards the alley.
Okay. Did you go towards the alley?
I started walking away, yes, with my hands on my head.
What happens next?
Shots were fired.
Okay. Did you see the shots fired?
I did not know.
Did you hear them?
I did.
Okay, and how far away from John were you when you heard those shots?
I would have to say probably 20 feet, maybe. I wasn't on the sidewalk yet, but I was close to it.
Okay. Do you recall how many shots you heard?
I heard about 3 or 4, and then everything kind of went silent for me. I kind of got tunnel vision.
Okay. How are you feeling at this moment?
I was terrified.
All right.
I didn't know what just happened.
Do you see John after this?
I do not know.
Okay. Where do you go?
I run into Soho.
Okay. Do you see anybody else when you're in the Soho?
I was in there with Gage.
Okay. Did you talk to Gage at all?
A little bit. We were both kind of just shook at what had just happened.
Did you look back outside at all?
No.
Did you see anybody else running or anything like that?
To begin with, yes, before I got into Soho, yep. So that's how I got into Soho. I saw Gage running towards Soho, so I followed him in.
No further questions, Judge.
I don't know who's going across.
Your Honor, the state has a significant number of questions for Mr. Solano. I'm not sure if it makes sense to me.
Okay.
All right, so let's break for this afternoon. So we'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, if I can get the lawyers here for 9:30, so we can take care of housekeeping matters. Actually, I'll wait on the bench and just talk to you about those.
All right.
Just if you can be back just before 10 o'clock. You can be seated. Okay, so do you want to make your motion now, or do you want to do it tomorrow morning?
I can just put on the record now that I'm moving to dismiss on the grounds of sufficiency of the evidence. I don't know how much you are needed to hear in terms of argument. I suspect the ruling might be.
So I think, this is a classic case of, at this juncture, I have to take the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. And there's certainly at this juncture, with taking that standard and viewing, leaving credibility assessments to the jury, sufficient evidence for a reasonable jury to conclude certainly plenty of evidence that the defendant caused the death, and both that he did so either knowingly or recklessly with extreme indifference and not based on self-defense or provocation. Those are issues, I think, ultimately the jury will have to decide based on a reasonableness standard. So, okay. Jury instructions. Did you submit anything on the provocation? Because you had objected and said you were going to submit something on. I just hadn't had a chance to look to it.
No, that's okay. We're actually going to wait.
You're going to agree?
We're going to take our objection back.
Okay. Good. So then we got the stipulations first thing in the morning. If we can just get those nailed down so I can do that.
Those are filed now.
Oh, you did file them? Okay,
Yes.
all right. I'll get those.
And we'll obviously have an opportunity after defense rests if we have any other issues with the jury instructions before they're read. At least
Yeah, just if there's anything major, I'd rather do. Okay, anything major from the defense in terms of the jury instructions? Okay. All right. So if we can, so if it's nothing major, then like in terms of restructuring or anything major missing that I need to do research on, then we can just deal with it. Maybe let's do it 15 minutes before we start. So if you can be here at 9:45 tomorrow, that'd be great. Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Remind everyone the courthouse closed at 4 o'clock, so please don't linger in the hallways.
Yeah. This case. I don't know if it's me. I really don't. I don't know if it's me or what's going on. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I'm chalking it up. This is me. Because it just seems like it's so monotone, and there's not like I have to chalk it up to it. It's me. The last case that I did, right? At least it seemed like there was some sort of I don't know. It doesn't. It makes me like I feel like there's no fight. Like it seems like there's no fight, no argument because they already know what the outcome's gonna be. And I feel like I know what the outcome's going to be. I said it earlier. We'll see. We'll see. I have a feeling it's going to be another one of them cases. Five hours and 53 minutes so far. We're going on 6 hours. That's a long day for anybody. For anybody. I'll tell you what. It's been wild. This has been wild. This is making me rethink some things. Is there I don't have give up in me. That doesn't happen. So you will see me back here again for more pain and punishment. At 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. 10 o'clock though. I was here. Let me just put it that way. I was here. I had it going. But it wasn't going. And then it was going. And we were like mid-court. Rewind it. You'll see. Yeah, thank you. God bless all the best. During the little hour break that we took there, we watched the person who, quote unquote, got snitched on and then beat a woman damn near to the high heavens. Left her in a wheelchair. We'll be doing some research and things on that. That was out of the blue, obviously, and excuse me, and I had to there was no way I was going to sit there as monotone as this case is going. Something off with this case. Something so off with this case. I wish there was. Man, out of all you 1,997 people that have been watching and comment, somebody has to say something, right? I mean, it can't just be me. I know I'm a goofball, but damn, this shit, there's something wrong here. This don't make any damn sense. Anyways, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just me and I got to move on to something different. I'm just not. I'm not saying it. Man, I'm not saying it. I've seen so many cases. And again, this is another one that's just got me like. Plus the camera angles, they're killing me. How's anyone, right? And this is public. They're doing this publicly. So how does anyone supposed to make a clear judgment? Now, I get that's for the jury and all that, but I mean, you should relieve the public a little bit, because this is yeah. I don't know, man. I'm gonna go do a couple things, and a lot of shit happened today. A lot. So I'm gonna have a serious internal conflict once I get off of here, because there's a lot of things I would like to cover for today. But they're definitely not gonna be 5-hour streams, I'll tell you that. 6-hour stream, whatever. Yeah. So yeah. Sorry for the long pauses. Sorry for the whatever this is. Whether it's me or it's what is going on right now with the with this case. God bless all the best. Take care of yourself and please take care of each other. That's where it starts. Just be honest. Be honest with yourself. I'm brutally honest with myself. I'm horrible. I know that. I gotta laugh. It's like I don't want to stop because it feels like there's something missing, right? It just feels like there's something missing. We're gonna end this. This is like a, oh my God, this is a funeral. All right. God bless all the best. Take care of yourself. Hey, you know what? Just take care of yourself, and you'll be taking care of others. Put down the guns, right? Uh-oh. There I go. Screwed up again. I don't know, man. 6-hour streams. They can't expect everyone to be on point all the time. Anyways. Take care. I'll see you soon. It's going to be a horrible event.